Kundalini Research Foundation here in Zurich, Switzerland, speaking to Pandit Gopikishan at this autumn, 1976. Our moderator is Joseph F. DePong. Pandit Gopikishan, now in his 70s, is a yogi scientist philosopher. He normally resides in Srinagar, Kashmir, a province of India, but he has traveled abroad in order to meet with scientists and scholars interested in his lifelong work, which is Kundalini research. Mr. Gopikishan is the greatest living authority today on the awakening of the Kundalini and its entire ramification influencing every aspect of human life. He speaks of a very personal experience of his own, where the same divine power has been awakened within him after 17 years of meditation. As the Pandit will explain, Kundalini research is the key to understanding every mystery and paranormal phenomena which now defies scientific, rational explanation. Kundalini research offers a comprehensive and testable approach to elucidating the entire spectrum of biological, psychological, sociological, and spiritual experiences which constitutes human life. Because the work of Gopikishan is fundamental to the advance of science and to the future well-being of global society, we have asked him to give us his views on various aspects of the Kundalini experience. Joseph DePong, who will deliver the questions, is the president and founder of the Kundalini Research Institute of Canada and the president and founder of the Canadian Psychic Research Foundation. He has been actively involved for numerous years in teaching meditation and spiritual healing and has been pursuing the areas of the Kundalini phenomena since his very own divine experience, which occurred several years ago. Mr. DePong's investigation into the wide range of paranormal phenomena and into the systems for self-development and expanded awareness led him to conclude that Gopikishan had identified an area of crucial significance for humanity. He also recognized that Kundalini research is the single most important topic for science to examine. We now turn you over to the conversation between the two men, which has already begun.
Mr. Pandit Gopikishan, there are no words that I can describe how honored I am that I am able to be here with you today and that I am having this task and a pleasure that I could put some important questions that could be answered by you, where could perhaps clarify some thinking in people's minds. I have several questions that I had put forward. And the first one is has something to do with evolution as to versus the Kundalini power and the evolution of man, and how would this relate to the evolution process in man versus Darwin theory. And perhaps if you care to make a comment on this, how would this evolutionary process and the philosophy compare into the story in the Bible and Genesis of Adam and Eve? So it's a pretty long question.
It is a pleasure for me also to answer it. Now, according to the present view, evolution is a process by which life has progressed on Earth from simplest cellular organizations to more complex ones. For instance, it is held that the first organism was a one-cellular growth, which later on became more and more and more complex until it culminated in man. How this happened, there is no satisfactory answer to this question. The answer is given that it was heredity and natural selection and struggle for existence, and other such solutions are offered for this problem. How a plant grew into an animal, how a fish became a reptile, how a reptile became a quadruped, these questions are not very satisfactorily answered. All that is said is that this happened by chance mutations. and that it was the struggle of the creatures against the elements that changed their form and gave them certain definite organic proportions. The general trend of the theory is that evolution has been planless and aimless. It has all been a chance, an accident by which matter built itself into living creatures and finally into man. If we now examine this theory, we find that what is said actually happens before our eyes. For instance, we see that after the combination of the seed of the man and woman, there is a process of growth from a very microscopic speck into an infant into the womb of the mother. And after that, also by a mysterious process of growth, into a full-grown man. So, considered from this angle, evolution is going on before our very eyes. And this principle was also recognized by Greeks. Some Greek philosophers held that life had grown by evolution. Similarly, there is also an Indian theory of evolution, but the difference between the Indian theory and the Darwinian concept is that it is the soul that evolves. It is not matter, it is not the primary cell built of matter which is evolving, but that there is a principle, a life principle which is evolving from very primary formation into more complex ones. Now the question arises, could dead matter without any intelligent energy or principle in it purely by accident and random mutations develop into man and build such a marvelously complex organ as the human brain? What now scientists are facing at present are certain inexplicable phenomena in the brain itself. The knowledge of the brain as yet is very incomplete, and there is no knowledge of the life energy. It is clear that it is neither a chemical energy, nor an electronic energy, nor a gravitational energy. It is not any energy known to science, but all the same, bodies live, they spend energy, they work, they run, they stand, they eat, they sleep. What energy is functioning in the human body or in the body of the animals or even in the plants? We have no answer about it from science. The tragedy has been that these speculations have been premature. The speculation about evolution, the speculation about life, they have taken place when nothing was known or very little was known about the brain. Now, after about 100 years, brain experts are coming forward with explanations that it does not appear that neurons are responsible for the life energy. There is some other element working in a living body in the brain which we have not been able to understand so far completely. And this element is mind. It is now held by specialists that mind has been the dominating force and the guiding force in evolution rather than matter. Therefore, already science is awakening to the realization that the previous assumptions have been precipitate, and that without the knowledge of one part of human beings, that is mind, the older scientists jumped to the conclusion that all this was a play of matter. Although the older philosophers like Plato or Socrates or Plotinus or the Indian philosophers, their viewpoint was that life itself is so peculiar and it has such characteristics that it cannot come out of earth or matter or something dead. There must be a source for it which is living, which is conscious. But somehow this fact was overlooked by the scientists of the last 1 or 2 centuries. And this presumption was held that matter could explain consciousness also. Now here, digressing a moment, let us examine consciousness. All this theory of evolution is a product of consciousness. It did not fall from the sky. It did not come out of the earth, but it is a product of the human brain. And we are negating the same substance that has given rise to this theory. We are cutting at the roots of ourselves, of the fount of knowledge that we have inside, when we say that life has come out of matter and that there is no plan and no design in the universe. We are cutting at our own roots, because the first thing that a man has is design and plan. It is astounding what ignorance has been displayed by these proponents of the theory of evolution. You see, they say that the whole evolution is planless. It has no design. It has come about by accident. And what has it produced? A man who works by design and plan. You can understand the absurd contradiction that they are making. They are just negating their own existence and allowing the human mind to be subservient to dark forces, dead forces, unconscious forces of matter. This has been one of the greatest blunders in history. And the present condition of the world, disbelief and disharmony, crime and aggression, they also partly owe their existence to the uprooting of faith in the human minds. It is only a faith in the design and in the law of the universe, in divine judgment, in a divine power behind creation, that can keep the human mind on its path of evolution. Otherwise, there is no other power to check his wild tendencies, no power on earth. But this one idea, this idea that there is a God who watches my actions, there is a God to whom we have to worship, to whom we have to pray, this one idea, the neglect of it has resulted in the present condition of mankind. So, according to the faiths, to religions, evolution or descent or ascent of man has occurred through the will divine. There are different explanations given by different faiths for the appearance of man. We need not go into details in them for the reason that they are sometimes expressed in allegories or in a manner which was suited to the intelligence of the people of that age, but which are not suited to the intelligence of our present age after 2000 or 3000 years of intellectual advancement. So we have now to view it in relation to the present theories also, as well as what has been said in faiths. Here the concept of Kundalini provides a decisive answer to the problem. We know that mystical experience is a proved fact. Even a skeptical writer like Bertrand Russell admits its force. It is an admitted fact that under certain conditions, certain men found themselves in contact with a reality which is not perceptible to the normal consciousness. And what they felt there was a unity, was a radiating ocean of life, of beauty, of love, of intelligence and consciousness. Their accounts are so similar that one is led to the conclusion that this is a real experience. For instance, the Indian mystics, the Sufis, the Christian mystics, the Taoists, and all those who have had religious experiences of the highest type have described their experiences practically in the same terms. There are minor differences, but they agree on the fundamental issues. Now, taking into account this experience in which man finds himself in presence of a higher intelligence, which they called God, or Ishvara, or Brahman, or Allah, it becomes clear that the human brain has in it the capacity to reach another dimension of consciousness which is not accessible to the normal human beings. I am proposing a research on this because my own experience has led me to the conclusion that there is a specific energy in the human body. There is a divine power center in the human body which can lead to this experience. And this divine power center is known in India as Kundalini. And even in the Christian faith, we can safely assume that it is known as the Holy Spirit. It is the spirit which God breathed into the nose of human being, into the nostrils of a human being. It is the Holy Spirit, the life energy of the Creator. This is also known as such in India as the Shakti of the Supreme Being, as his power of creating life and the worlds. So we can safely conclude that if man or if several men have been able to reach a higher dimension of consciousness, which they call as mystical experience or communion with God, it means that there is still a channel open to the brain to have experience of this condition, which means that there is still another rung on the ladder of evolution which man can reach. This means that there is already a predetermined target, a predetermined state where man is reaching at present. And this then leads to the conclusion that evolution is predetermined. It has a target. It is not a haphazard thing. It is a planned thing of heaven, according to which man grew from a primary cell to his present state, as he is actually growing in the womb of his mother from a small, invisible speck to a full-blown man with his intellect, with his beauty, with his charm, and with his personality.
This is very, very interesting, what you have just said. In essence, what you're saying is that it always has been the evolution of man's mind, and which means maybe it's directly defines some of the theories that we've been believing up to now. Do you care to perhaps draw a parallel in Darwin's theory or as well as in Adam and Eve's story?
As I have said, Darwin's theory is more or less mechanical, material. It believes that somehow atoms and molecules combine together and led to life. But the religious view is that life was born out of the will of God. And the phenomenon of Kundalini proves that the evolution is planned, because man is already attempting to cross the barrier of his mind and to reach another dimension of consciousness. I should like to make this a little bit more clear. Now, for the last thousands of years, there has been an impulse in the human mind to know itself, to explain the mystery of creation. And all of us often ask ourselves, what are we? What is this creation? How have we been born? What will happen after death? What are these questions? These questions imply a thirst in man to go beyond the barriers of the intellect. The intellect has not been able to answer the question, who am I? Whence I came? What will happen to me after death? What is this world? Intellect is not even able to answer what matter is actually, and what mind is, what is consciousness. So these deep questions in the hearts of human beings imply that there is existing a thirst, a search in his subconscious mind and even in his conscious mind to seek ways and means to reach beyond the intellect. And this is where the mystics of all great nations have come forward to answer some of these questions. Their answer is that there is a conscious reality, an intelligent power behind creation, and that with love, with devotion, with certain disciplines, with truth, with charity, with compassion, one can reach a state of mind where a communion with this intelligent reality is possible. Science has nothing to say about it because it only deals with the world which is perceptible to our senses and which can be explored by the intellect, but it has nothing to say about a world which neither our senses nor our intellect can reach. So here we come across a new frontier for which a new method of exploration would be necessary. And Kundalini provides that channel. It is the Holy Spirit of life that has led to all the evolution from the primary forms to man. Science has no answer to give whether man has now reached the final state of his being or he is still evolving. Some scholars, as for instance Teilhard de Chardin and even Julian Huxley, They believe that there is some sort of an evolution going on. And for Teilhard Chardin, this evolution would lead to a collective consciousness which will be in communion with the reality. But he does not say the same about individual consciousness. For me, the pressing problem is, who am I? And where am I going? And what will happen to me after death? There is no answer to this question. Similarly, what Julian Huxley says is that a socio-cultural evolution is going on, that is, man is becoming more and more well-versed about the world and is gathering more and more more and more information about the universe. But that does not answer the fundamental questions. What is to happen to me after death? What am I? Am I born to die, or do I belong to some eternal source? These are questions which science is not able to answer, and these have to be answered by religion. This shows that nature has implanted a certain thirst in man to draw him towards a higher state where the questions that are tormenting him are answered. I found this in myself also. The moment I had the first experience, half of my questions melted away. They were finished. I was asking myself, what am I? I am sometimes ill, sometimes healthy, sometimes sorrowful, and then one has to die, and then suddenly the first vision saw me, that I was the drop of an eternal ocean, of a fire that was burning everywhere in the universe. And immediately all these problems vanished from my mind. The answer was there. You are eternal. You are a reflection of God. You are an atom from an eternal source. There is no death for you. There is no beginning for you. There is no end for you. And from that day, I felt satisfied. This was the answer directly given to me. But intellect, reasoning, experiment cannot give this answer. This answer everybody has to receive for himself. And it is this answer, it is for this supreme condition that religion came to guide mankind. Every religion, whether it is Christianity, or it is Hinduism, or it is Buddhism, or it is Islam, just shows the way to reach the state where these answers to the intimate problems of existence are vouchsafed to us. We can see this even from the phrases used by Christ, like the kingdom of heaven is in you. That means there is something extraordinary in you, which is not easily accessible, but which, if you follow my precepts and lead the life which I am outlining, then alone you will be able to find that kingdom. And that kingdom is the higher dimension of consciousness which is destined for man. So far as consciousness is concerned, the religious testaments of humanity are the books of science. The present day books of science only apply to the material world. But for the spiritual evolution of mankind, the revealed documents are the books of science, and they have to be followed as meticulously as we are following the directions of scientists for our material prosperity. It will take ages for prophets and for great mystics to add to the teachings that are available to us in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Vedas, in the Bhagavad Gita, or in the discourses of Buddha. So the story of Adam and Eve and the serpent, we have to look at it carefully. It might be bearing some meaning which in the light of scientific knowledge may not be clear to us, But when viewed from the spiritual point of view, it may hold a mystery which we have to explore. It may be an allegory to represent what I am saying, that there is a divine energy in human beings, which is also called a serpent in the Indian tradition, on account of the fact that it can be both benign and also malignant when we sin. Then it can be malignant when we sin, when our lives are sinful, when they do not follow the injunctions of revelation, then this energy can become malignant or Kali. Therefore, we have to study these passages and these explanations contained in the ancient testaments in the light of our knowledge of the spiritual world. They are allegories which we can understand only when we know the whole scheme of evolution as presented by religion.
In other words, your whole advice here is to humanity to perhaps go back into the spiritual books again.
Definitely. I say, and please mark my words, I say that if all the technological discoveries disappear from Earth, the steamships, the aeroplanes, electricity, and all other very fascinating discoveries of the 19th and 20th centuries disappear from Earth, mankind will live and survive and again may reach the same height of civilization which will be superior than our present civilization. But if these fundamental teachings of religions disappear from Earth, the ethical codes and the sermons, as for instance the Sermon on the World, mankind will not survive another 100 years. It is that is why I say that the modern world is blundering. It has fallen into darkness. It has lost its way. Scientific discovery and all the facilities that we are enjoying from science are but an instrument, an aid to our evolution. But if we forget to evolve, then we miss the goal for which we are here, and its consequences can be disastrous.
Pandit, you are now known through your works in books and other works of your high knowledge that you attained through the awakening of the Kundalini yourself, or the very serpent power that you have been speaking about a few minutes ago. In the history of mankind, this past several thousand years, there have been many other illuminaries, such as yourself, Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, Krishna, and Buddha, who all had a full awakened Kundalini. Therefore, these people were enlightened. Now, I'm pretty sure that the Western world would like to know, if you were to walk down a street, can anybody recognize you among many people as being enlightened? Would you carry a halo around your head, or some kind of a strange light that ordinary man would recognize? I think it's important perhaps for our audience to understand this.
I must make one thing clear here. I do not profess to be enlightened or illuminated or a prophet or a genius. If you search in my heart of hearts, I tell you sincerely, I feel humbler than the humblest of men. You will think it is incredible, but it is the truth. I feel that somehow, by some strange freak of fate, a certain change was made in my system by which I entered another dimension of consciousness which was not present up till my 34th year. And this sense and this new position, instead of adding to my pride or giving in me the thought that now you are enlightened, is humbling me down. The only thing I can claim is that I am often, and especially at certain times when I write, in contact with a higher intelligence which is completely beyond me. I am just a humble servant, just a human being, just a small creature. Because when I compare myself to this glory, to this splendor, all my human vanity, my human pride and my ego, they are humbled to dust. Therefore, I never think that I am enlightened. And when you come to Kashmir and you are in my family, you can see that I live just like an ordinary human being. Perhaps you will not distinguish me from other people living. And even now I say that so far as worldly knowledge and intellect and other things are concerned, I am perhaps average. I have no pretensions, no thought of anything supernormal or paranormal. What I am giving out comes from a higher intelligence. I am merely an instrument fashioned by fate through no great efforts of mine. I am telling you my heart. One thing I can say, that this change in me has brought some new knowledge which I want to share with the world. And this knowledge is that there is in the human brain a chamber, a dormant area which can be awakened, and this awakening leads to a new kind of perception that has been the experience of the mystics and the prophets. One then comes in contact with another world of life, another world of intelligence, another ocean of consciousness. And that experience is so staggering, so overwhelming, so joyful, and so invigorating and exhilarating that nothing on the earth compares to it. I do not lay claim to anything else. And as far as your question about illumination, I can say that the most prominent test of illumination internally will be to give knowledge that is beyond intellect and that is not known to mankind. This will be the first test of an illuminated consciousness. As far as the external appearances are concerned, there will be a charm in the personality of such a person. Humility, love, compassion, Catholicity. And such a person would not be too much addicted to the world or have ambitions or have desires. He will be satisfied with the inner treasure that he has got. It will compensate him for all that we can give him of the earth. But if he walks in a crowd, you will see a human being. Normally, without any sign, he will have two eyes, he will have a nose, he will have a face, he will have a body, just like as an ordinary man has. Just as you cannot pick up a genius from a man of very ordinary intellect in a crowd, in the same way, it is not possible for you to pick up a religious genius, an illuminated person from the ordinary human beings. Because such a thing, if it were a fact, would at once create a difference between normal human beings and an illuminated person, which would not be conducive to the progress of the race, because he will be isolated, or he will be too much homage will be given to him, and he will not have to struggle and battle as he should. But people with finer perception or one who is illuminated himself can pick up another when he comes across him, either face to face or maybe at some distance. It can be possible. Moreover, I am giving into the hands of science certain physiological characteristics that will distinguish an illuminated person from an ordinary human being.
So in essence, what you're saying is that there is absolutely no physical resemblance to something different other than an ordinary.
He will look normal in his appearance, maybe with a better charm and a more fascinating personality, a better way of talking, maybe in such things, but not in the physical makeup. I mean, not any particular sign in the body outwardly that can show him.
Pandit, we in the West are terribly concerned, at least a lot of people are, as to the conditions of the world which is in today, in one particular aspect. And recent statistics shows that human sexuality is almost becoming bizarre in a sense of turning inward and against an unhealthy attitude. And it shows that a lot of people are considering transsexual operations because they are very unhappy in life, changing their particular sex organs from whatever it is physically through operations. There shows in statistical data that in the last 20 or 30 years, homosexuality has increased about 10 times in the last 20 or 30 years. To what do you contribute these factors? And if so, would you care to comment on, are these healthy or natural occurrences?
I cannot say that they are healthy or natural occurrences, but let us consider this issue from the general viewpoint of evolution. We find that during the last 50 years and even more, there has been a great change in human life. In the West especially, people now have a standard of life, have such amenities and facilities that in the olden times even kings could not dream of. Cars, even planes, palatial homes, air conditioning, television, telephone, and all that modern science has been able to devise. But in spite of this fact, we find that mental disorders are on the increase. I have been told that while the physical ailments we can find place in hospitals for people afflicted with physical diseases, for the mentally ill there is difficulty even to find places in the clinics, and that the number of mental patients exceeds that of the patients afflicted with physical diseases. So you can see that there is a trend towards the increase in mental disorder. So naturally, there will be also an increase in the perversions of the sexual instinct. There will also be an increase in the perverted tendencies of sex. The reason for this we shall discuss later, But at present, let me say that as we find at present, all the preventive measures or all the treatments that are being given to mentally ill people have not been able to lessen the intensity of mental afflictions. They are growing. Therefore, these operations, they may be successful in individual cases, but they will not prevent their occurrence. This too will increase like other mental disorders. And there is a reason for this. With the amenities provided by the civilization, with leisure, with listening to the television, with constant mental work, you are exciting the evolutionary processes to a greater speed. Now we know that meditation is one of the main methods for spiritual enlightenment, that all mystics and yogis lay stress on meditation and also certain disciplines of life. Meditation is concentration applied on some divine object. That is the only difference. Otherwise, it is also a kind of concentration or mental application. Human beings during these days are applying their mind through all the day to their work, to the newspaper in the morning, to television in the evening, to reading of books, to watching of other demonstrations, lectures, hearing lectures and other things. The result is that there is too much of concentration and meditation going on, and this results in the acceleration of the activity of the evolutionary energy. Now the result of the activity of the evolutionary is to stimulate the sexual region. And this stimulation is done for the purpose to send a stream of radiant power to the brain to have higher consciousness. But when the life of human beings blocks this upward flow of Kundalini energy, then it presses on the lowest chakra to find an outlet. So you will find a very strange phenomenon in all the civilizations, both of the past and present, that towards their decline there was an excessive and immoderate sexual thirst. You find this in Greeks, you find this in Romans, you find this in Persians, you find this in kings and potentates, because the upward flow of the energy is blocked. But the reproductive system is acting faster. Therefore, the energy produced presses downward. The result is that civilization and leisure and concentration and all the type of life which we are leading leads towards a more increased desire for sex. And then after that, people then try to satisfy this, with the result that the system is drained of the vital energy and the brain is deprived of the food that is needed for the evolution of mankind. The result of this is what we see: increased hunger for sex, and in those cases where there is some inner maladjustment, the hunger can take the form of homosexuality or other perverted instincts. There is therefore no wonder that there has been an increase in homosexuality, or that there is an increase in sex, or that people are demanding liberty in sex, both men and women, because they are tormented by this desire. There is no channel to direct it except to the brain. But our mode of life, our denial of God, our materialistic tendencies all act as a block to the flow of energy into the brain, with the result that people in general are tormented by sex. The importance of religion and of what I am saying is still not obvious to mankind. If man continues to follow the present ways of life, he will suffer terrible torments of sex, even greater than are suffered at present. There will be greater revolts, there will be greater rebellions, there will be greater crime, there will be greater aggression, there will be greater wars. Because we are blocking the flow of the energy into the brain, which only a religious discipline and a spiritual ideal can help, not otherwise. So we are suffering. We are seeing certain conditions, evil things around us, which we cannot explain in the terms of ordinary knowledge, but which knowledge of our scriptures, which knowledge of the divine force of evolution at once makes apparent. The conditions that you see in the world, even the conditions of sexual perversion, they are due to a blocked Kundalini. And our present civilization is acting as a clear block to human progress.
I think there was to me anyway, a very satisfactory answer, and this is an incredible answer, Pandit. How can you give us a way out of this terrible turmoil that some people are in today? Is there any way out at all?
There is a cure for all afflictions. You see, now, according to the modern psychologists, some of them hold that insanity is due to repressed or suppressed sex. This is especially the view of Freud and the psychoanalytic school. And then they advise that there should be indulgence without restraint. But this is against evolutionary needs of the human body. So even this thing will not cure the condition. On the other hand, it will lead to other complications as it is doing at present. Let us take it in this way, that meditation, concentration, application of the mind, civilization, leisure, amenities lead to the acceleration of the evolutionary apparatus. The result of this acceleration is that the reproductive organs produce more of the vital essences and secretions. Normally they should be absorbed in the body and go to the brain to bring a higher state of consciousness to the person. But since our ways of life are not in accordance with the law of evolution, we create a block. When this block occurs, the energy presses down on the sexual organs or genitals to find a way out, and the individual is tormented by an excessive sex desire. I even pointed this out in my review of one of the books of Alan Watts, which he had written about his own life. In the case of the man in whom the Kundalini is awake and has reached the brain, this pressure does not exist, because it is finding a natural outlet and is now going up as ojas, as the Sanskrit savants called it. They call it ojas. It is now transformed into a vital radiation which increases the power of human consciousness. But in the case of the one in whom this has not happened, it will continue to torment. The only way out of this difficulty is to follow the revealed teachings given to us by the prophets of mankind, to lead the life that has been prescribed by great prophets, that is, to worship, to pray, to be charitable, to be compassionate, to have love, to give, to live in the humbleness of spirit and not in wealth and overabundance, not in pride and vanity. When this thing is achieved, this goal is achieved, the nerves become purer and the block is gradually removed. The energy finds its place in the brain and instead of tormenting becomes the cause of inner joy and peace. That is why in some cases where a disciplined life is followed, meditation becomes such a source of strength, inspiration and joy. We have to give it way to the brain, and that can only be done by leading a disciplined life, by being careful in our food, in our speech, in our activity, in our behavior, even in our sleep, so that we lead a life in accordance with the precepts of the religion, with prayer, with also sometimes meditation, so that our inner self is purged and the block from the nerves is removed, and then man proceeds on the path that is destined for him.
So this would be the only conclusion out of this?
This is the only conclusion, the obedience to the law of evolution, the living of a natural, spiritual life, well disciplined and helpful, charitable, compassionate, without the ambitions and passions that create all the misery and the sorrow and the violence in the world. That is a life, the Christian life, the Buddhist life, the life idealized by Muhammad or idealized in the Gita. That is the only answer to mental deformation. No effort done by humankind, no effort done by medical men, no effort done by psychologists can cure mankind. This revelation is only remedy. Here now we are in the province which nature has kept reserved from intellect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Satisfied, however, I wonder about what psychological changes would be observable in an enlightened person. What, for example, would a psychologist be able to determine or measure?
Kundalini is the purifying agent of the body and the mind. The most important psychological changes in the character of an enlightened person would be that he would be compassionate, he would be more detached, he would be with less ego, he would not have violence or aggression or falsehood. That is, Kundalini is the mother of morality. All morality springs from Kundalini. Since the very beginning, it is the evolutionary energy that has created the concept of morals in human beings. It is not an expediency of our social structure that is responsible for morals. It is the activity of Kundalini. Kundalini is the guardian of the morals. Therefore, when it is awakened, its first effort is to clean the mind of evil desires and passions, of anger, of malice, of envy, of jealousy, even of excessive ambition and excessive desire.
You're saying there is a biological basis for morals and values
Definitely,
and virtues.
Definitely. It is a part of human evolution and it is being done by Kundalini. I feel tremendous changes in myself, which I cannot account for to my own actions. They have been made, they have been caused by the process of remodeling that has been going on in my body. And now if we for a moment look at the lives of the great mystics of the past, the prophets like Christ and Buddha and Shankaracharya, Vyasa or Muhammad, we find evidence of this in their own lives. A desire to speak the truth, a desire to speak mankind, unbounded love, compassion, mercy, charity, this you will find in all of them. In fact, Kundalini is the storehouse of all the virtues. If Kundalini were to go wrong, man may become highly intelligent, much more than he is now, but he can also become a monster.
If Kundalini
Goes wrong.
Yes.
It can create, she can create, this goddess, as they call it, can create mankind, make it highly intelligent. But,
Genius.
beg pardon?
Genius, but an evil genius?
Highly intelligent, geniuses, but monsters in their action. And it is possible in the cosmos there might be such species, monstrous species, highly intelligent. This possibility is not ruled out. Which are also sometimes of which visions have been had, and they are mentioned in the mythological lore of India. Evil beings who are highly intelligent, have great prowess, are skilled with everything, but they are evildoers, they are monsters. So, if man were to depend on his own efforts to create a moral race, to create a race of human beings who are highly moral, it can never succeed. And we see, and it is proved by the doings of the 20th century. There have never been massacres in history as there have been in the 20th century. Imagine 6 million people massacred in Germany, perhaps 5 million people when there was the communal riots and communal clashes in India at the time of the partition. 3 million people in Pakistan now, and it is said 125 million people in Russia during these years. And who knows how many in Vietnam and other massacres. 20th century, at the height of her intellectual powers, mankind has been the bloodiest in history. It is only the grace of Kundalini, the grace of this energy, this Holy Spirit, which is the guardian of our evolution. It is through her grace only that mankind can progress spiritually and morally. This is the reason why in all the revealed scriptures of mankind, in the Quran, in the Bible, in the Bhagavad Gita, and in the discourses of Buddha, such a great emphasis is laid on worship and submission and constant meditation on the divine power, because for the moral progress of mankind it is absolutely necessary that this divine power should be benign. No amount of learning, no amount of training, no amount of research on the lines of intellect can make mankind more merciful, more charitable, more loving, more elevated, more noble, except the purificatory processes of Kundalini. Therefore, in the enlightened, there is always a change from the gross to the refined, from the animal passions to the ideas of divine beings. They have other concepts, other thoughts, other ideals, and all that they have given to the world, it shows the ideals that they had before their eyes. They are always giving to mankind their heart's blood, and they suffered in the process, every one of them, including Buddha, and served mankind to uplift her, because they knew that no other channel is open to man to reform himself and to reach to higher dimensions of consciousness or higher levels of morality except through the grace of heaven. And the grace of heaven is Kundalini.
Now you have described a person whom most would say is a saintly person, and you are calling this person enlightened. So if I understand you, then you're saying the qualities of a saint are part of what an enlightened person is. But what about creativity and what about genius? Are these characteristics, do they differ? How does a genius, for example, differ from an enlightened person?
You see, here you have to take into account the human mind and the human personality in its normal sphere. What do we find? We find that some people are saintly, some are more evil, some are more selfish, some are highly intelligent, some are less intelligent, some are geniuses. Now let us suppose that one of these persons becomes enlightened. The attempt of Kundalini as the illuminating energy will be to refashion the brain and the mind of this man so that he conforms to the model of the Superman. I mean, he is highly intelligent, he is a genius, he is compassionate, he has the virtues of all the great prophets that have appeared in history. But since human beings are not alike, some have one frailty, some have another. Therefore, even in the enlightened stage, our culture, our state of the body and our state of the mind also plays some part. It may not be possible for the remodeling processes to create a perfect man who is a genius, who is enlightened, who is compassionate entirely, who is entirely loving, and who has all the virtues of a illuminati. There might be differences in one aspect or the other. We have to say that the same evolutionary energy in bringing man up from the sub-man or from the animal has not created one single pattern, but there are different varieties of people. The same holds true when we go into the next higher stage. It will not be a uniform class of men, just exactly duplicates of one another. There will be variations. In different, some may be more illuminated, some may be better geniuses, some may be more loving, so there will be differences. But decidedly, the enlightened man would be superior to the normal man.
Gopi Krishna, you speak of the Kundalini process using terms that seem to apply only to the masculine sex. You have spoken of seminal fluid and the erection of the male organ during this process. Is this an experience that is closed to women, or does the Kundalini process apply to both sexes?
It is a parallel process. In the case of males, there is the phallus, which is erect. In the case of the women, there is the activity of the vagina and the organ of generation, the same activity as we can see when they are in actual sexual congress with a man. And also the inner orgasm is the same. This I have verified in at least 3 cases of women. There are internal orgasms, the generative organs are in a state of excitement, tumescence, as in the case of man during the process. And in fact, in one case, the lady was even ashamed to tell me. She said, "Can this be the way to God? As you are saying, I am experiencing most abominable sensations inside." I said, "What are the sensations?" She said, "I can't even speak of them. They are the usual sensations associated with it." I said, "That is the way to God. You are on the right way." It is the same thing happens in I have verified in 3 full cases. And this girl who came to me from California, I put her the question, "What did you experience inwardly?" She at once said. I said, "You are right." Although I have not mentioned it in my book, but she at once said it, and then I could see that it was a genuine case. So, in the women also, the same thing has happened. I am referring to man because now it is not always possible to use both the sexes together, since their reproductive mechanisms are a bit different. So I take one sex, the other we can presume has the same kind of symptoms in a parallel way, in a way suited to the other sex. It applies to both. In both cases, the evolution is going on. In fact, according to the Indian tradition, the evolutionary energy is more active in women than in men.
More active in women.
More active in women than in men.
What does this imply then about those groups or people who see celibacy as absolutely necessary for spiritual advancement?
I think the time has come when we have to clear many of the superstitions coming from the past. We know now that Creator is not a human being. He has not only the mind and the brain of a man. He is a colossus who has created all these universes. And he would not create man and plant this instinct in him just to let him torment and torture himself by following the path of celibacy. And then, if evolution is the purpose of life and man has to attain a higher dimension of consciousness and to live for aeons on earth as a new species of highly gifted individuals endowed with cosmic consciousness, then the very idea of celibacy is a revolt against nature. It then means that no evolution beyond the human level is possible or should be attempted. It is a negative philosophy. It is a philosophy of despair. Man is in a state of transition. He has not yet become a perfect man. A perfect man means an enlightened man, a prodigy, a superhuman being, a yogi. And this is his transitional period. And now if he tries to stop his propagation, it means he is working against the will of God. And you will find that in many, many cases, monastic life has led to obsession, even in the case of the spiritual realm. They have been too obsessed, they have been too fanatical, even after enlightenment. It is dangerous. There can be a possibility that naturally in some people, when the Kundalini is awakened, the entire energy may go to the brain, and he may not have a desire for a sexual contact with a person of the opposite sex. But the normal enlightened person should be as sound sexually as a normal man.
If I understand you correctly, you are saying that the reproductive apparatus is also the mechanism by which evolution proceeds.
Yes.
And for this reason, celibacy is contrary to the nature of evolution. Is it nevertheless your view that there may be some value to celibacy at some point in the Kundalini process, since it is a virtue or a moral duty upheld by many spiritual traditions?
You see, in the first place, there is a difference in the meaning of celibacy and continence. Celibacy means a life led more or less without sexual gratification, an unmarried life, a life of continence. Such a life is not in accordance with the laws of nature. But control of sex and mastery of the appetite and continence for varying periods is necessary for one who is awakening Kundalini through yoga. The reason for this lies in the fact that so far as I have been able to judge, some dormant region of the brain awakes to activity. And this increased activity of the brain needs a more powerful form of psychic energy, not the normal psychic energy which we are using, but a more potent form of psychic energy, or bioenergy as they call it. This is supplied by the reproductive organs. During the first phases of the awakening, the brain must be fed by all that is possible.
It must be fed
by all the energy that can be manufactured by the reproductive organs. In fact, during this period, the sadhaka is virtually in a state of insanity. He is already now on the threshold of higher consciousness, but his body, his vital organs, and his nerves are not attuned to this high dimension of consciousness. The result is that this energy is now needed to feed the brain, to keep it in a state of sanity. This I experienced on myself. In fact, such marvelous events occurred, which I have not written down in my memoirs because I thought they would not be believed. So I have eliminated them. But such marvelous events occur, and there is such a suction of the energy through the spinal canal that sometimes one is frightened. but it is essential to save the brain. Every ounce of energy, I mean bioenergy, possible from the body is pressed into service to save the brain till the adjustment of the nervous system and the brain is complete. During this period, even one emission can be fatal. This has also been mentioned by Arthur Avalon in The Serpent Power. He has cited an Indian authority, I mean a book, in support of this, and this I have verified from my own experience.
Can you be specific about the time frame during which this extremely critical situation exists?
The moment when in the practice of yoga we see light streaming into the brain, or when pranayama reaches an advanced state and there occur periods of loss of body awareness, we should then presume that the Kundalini is more or less active. And during these periods, if the condition is clearly perceptible, sometimes it is imagined, that is a different matter. But if it is clearly perceptible, and there are also corresponding changes in our digestive system and in the eliminatory system, in our pulse, we should then at once come to the conclusion that Kundalini is awakening. And from this period on, sexual intercourse should be avoided. In fact, the appetite is dead during this period. Naturally also there is a safeguard. There is no longer a sexual desire because all the energy is sent up. But in some cases there may persist the desire, but it has to be controlled for some months. And then there occurs again a powerful upsurge of the sexual desire automatically. Then one should know that the adjustment has been done to a more or less extent, and that he can now indulge in this process again. But even in such cases also, caution is needed for some time.
So in the transhuman state, a person has the conscious ability to control the flow of the Kundalini energy and can choose to allow it to pass out through sexual emission or to go into the brain.
Here I must now first explain the position. Once the Kundalini is aroused and the channel is opened to the brain through which the sex energy now goes up, after a period the balance of the body is restored, which means that this energy continues to grow up, and at the same time the sexual reproductive system is again capable of performing its function. If this person again meditates, say after a few years, or again tries to still expand his consciousness, then there will be another period when Kundalini will be working very forcibly, sending all the stream of sexual secretions into the brain. But again there will be an adjustment, and again the sexual power is restored. When once it is restored and man is established in the enlightened state, he can now choose. He may spend the energy in the intercourse and have a child, or he may send it upwards. He may have the intercourse but send the energy upward into his brain. Then there is no emission outward, but the orgasm occurs inside and the energy streams up into the brain. This can be distinctly felt, and this is mentioned in numerous books.
Gopikrishna, you are proposing something for the scientific community which on the face of it, is totally contrary to established views in physics and biology. To propose that there is a fifth form of energy in nature beyond what science officially recognizes, and to propose that sexual energy can be reversed and brought up the spinal column into the brain, apparently flies in the face of established views. What would you say to a physicist or a biologist who says that is impossible?
What could I say to a religious fanatic who thought that all the wisdom was contained in one book? I would go my way. You see, it is a very paradoxical position. In fact, it is really unbelievable. We still know almost nothing about the brain. We still know almost nothing about how our biological energy is transformed into psychic energy. We still know nothing about psychic energy. We think, we talk, we walk, we do every other thing, but we never know what this energy is. It has been found that it is not electrical energy, it is not chemical energy, it is not gravitational energy. It is something about which science has no knowledge. And now even with this partial information, if any body of men chooses to think that this is the final thing in nature and nothing beyond it, what can I say to such fanatics? I can predict this, that during the investigation of the brain, even through the methods known to science, they will come across surprises which will change their whole concept of nature. Even during their course of normal investigation of the brain, they know nothing about the brain yet. They know nothing about the energy yet. The energy with which we talk, with which we think, with which we calculate. It has been a fatal blunder of science during the past 2 centuries, and the result is the present explosive condition of the world. It is really a paradoxical position. Ask any psychologist or any psychiatrist, what is the nature of this energy? How does it function? And a simple question, how is organic energy transformed into psychic energy? And he will not be able to answer you any question. But they are presuming certain things. This is mere speculation. And once research on Kundalini is started, all these very huge edifices, if not all of them, at least many of them will fall to the ground. And it will be found that one life energy animates all the forms of creatures on earth, and that it is a bewildering energy. It is staggering. It is something which our intellect cannot grasp. This will be the first result of an investigation of Kundalini. See, if they do not choose to see it now, as regards how the sex energy can go to the brain, there is a definite connection between the brain and the sexual organs. I read recently a book, The Brain Revolution by Ferguson, and in it there is mention that recent research has shown that there is an area in the brain which, when touched, gives the sensation of orgasm. She has mentioned it in the book, The Brain Revolution. Also, scientists have not to seek for, even in any case of enlightenment, they will see the energy going upward. And I think any physiologist can mark this, that at the time of the orgasm, instead of going outward, the energy has been absorbed. There is a way to mark an orgasm. I think Reich has, there is some electrical discharge or something They can verify that an orgasm has occurred, but they can also see that no emission has taken place and the energy has been sucked up. I do not think a greater proof is needed for them to agree to what I say. And it is not only in my case. I can at least cite 10 cases or more from the West in which this phenomenon of an inward orgasm has been noticed, prelude to the awakening of the Kundalini.
This ties in directly with the imagery that mystics throughout history in all spiritual traditions have used to describe their mystical experiences, imagery based on sex and sexual experience. You are proposing that there is a biological linkage which will explain mystical experience, insanity, biological mysteries, mysteries of physics, and psychic research. This is a revolutionary concept.
Yes.
But you say that you have definite indications for science on how the testing and research can proceed in all these areas.
I think I will be able to guide to a large extent, as far as I can do with my limited capacity. I can give the areas and the methods, and also what changes can be expected on the arousal of Kundalini. And then it will be for the scientists to perform those experiments. They are even thinking on those lines in India, how to approach this subject, what experiments to make. And also there is a huge amount of documentary evidence in the mystical literature of India, which can be seen and examined at any time.
The prevailing view in Western psychology is that mystical experience is an aberration of mind largely associated with, if not due to, repression of sexual experience, sexual energy. You are taking a paradoxical position and saying that mystical and religious experience is really unfulfilled sexual experience. In other words, the lower end of the spectrum is normally functioning sexually, but this can be turned into, it has the potential to become mystical and produce an enlightened being.
See, there is not only the Indian tradition, but read the Taoist books of China, read the Sufi literature, and even the Western mystical accounts, and you will find that sexual ideas and sexual imagery is intermixed with their descriptions of higher consciousness or with their mystical experiences also. The reason is because the sensation, the orgasm, which occurs as the climax of sexual union, also occurs in the brain on the arousal of Kundalini, just in the Sahasrara, the highest center in the brain. And it continues to occur for some time. And finally, in place of orgasm, you have now a bubbling fount of happiness. It is for this reason that mystical experience, according to the Indian masters, is designated by the word Sat Chit Ananda, existence, consciousness, and bliss. It is now a bubbling fountain of joy. The substance used is the same, but it is now transformed into ojas, or psychic radiation, which feeds thought, which feeds our consciousness, and then the whole consciousness is transformed, and the yogi blooms as one who is now in touch with another dimension of life, which is full of joy and light. The thing is the same.
Pandit, many people are seeking spiritual advancement, spiritual growth today. And in this process of searching, they are coming again up, they are finding many areas where there's diversity of opinion. I'd like to ask you a series of questions which are designed to give advice to spiritual seekers.
Good.
First of all, are you yourself a guru, and what words of advice do you have for people who are seeking a guru?
Guru in Sanskrit means a preceptor or a teacher or an instructor, one who has disciples and students whom he is teaching and instructing. In that sense, I am not a guru.
You do not accept disciples.
I am not having disciples for the reason that then I take a moral responsibility upon myself, which I cannot discharge satisfactorily, as I wish to devote my whole time to the research of the subject.
What would you say to a person who asked you if you were a guru and you had to send him away? What advice can you give to that person?
I would ask him if he belongs to Christianity to read his Bible, if he is a Hindu to read the Bhagavad Gita, if he is a Muslim to read the Quran, and to act on the basic teaching, leaving the dogma aside. The basic teaching which relates to how man should behave in the world, such as the instruction to be humble, to pray, to worship, to be loving, to love one's neighbor as oneself, to be compassionate, to be merciful, and to do his duties with the thought of God in his own mind. I think I would give him this advice.
Some people look for special signs and wonders as indications that this is the guru they are seeking. What indications can you give about the true guru?
His behavior through life must be in accordance with his own teaching, in the first place. In the second place, according to the Indian tradition, he must first give out his own experience, and that experience should be in a language which is inspired. That is the test.
Are psychic gifts an indication of the true guru?
Psychic gifts are not a conclusive sign of enlightenment. They are there, but they can also be in people who are not enlightened. Not only are not enlightened, but who may be pursuing ways of life which are not in conformity to spiritual ideals. The real test of enlightenment is revelation.
Can you explain that more fully?
Revelation means directions for humanity coming from cosmic consciousness, and that was why prophets were held in such high esteem throughout the past. They were vehicles for the collective consciousness of the race. This is the highest function of the enlightened, to see beyond the intellect, to give new ideas to the world, to explain the need for the ethical and moral values, to discuss God, and to try to create an atmosphere of peace and love on earth. This is what the prophets are meant to do, and this is also what the aspirants are meant to follow. There is already enough material in the religious literature of mankind which could suffice for all the students and aspirants after yoga. Enough of it. Only it is not used, and people want backdoor entries to the occult or to God, or some special favor, or some special trick, or some magical performance for which there is no provision in the constitution of man. Nature here is very rigid. She only allows one to go up to the next stage who passes her own tests. And those tests are that he develops a high moral caliber. I do not mean moral caliber in the sense of sex, in which it is held at present. Sex is a natural appetite of man. I mean moral caliber, his love for fellow human beings, his love for truth, his uprightness, his compassion, his charity, his selfless work, and other such virtues.
If I may create an image, you are on the mountaintop seeing far, but down here is a spiritual aspirant who would like to get to the mountaintop. Now you have said practice the virtues and morality of your particular tradition. What about, however, the question of vegetarianism or methods to awaken Kundalini, meditational and otherwise? What about the practice of various forms of yoga, various systems? Would you recommend these to a person?
You see, I would, about vegetarianism, I would not adopt a fanatical attitude. I would leave the question of diet open to the candidate at this stage. If animal food suits him and the climatic conditions of his country are such that this can serve better, he can gladly use it. If the vegetarian diet suits him or he prefers it, he is welcome to take that diet, provided it is complete. That is, it has milk and eggs and animal protein in any form available in it without the slaughter of an animal. I would leave this question to the candidate himself. Also, if he wishes to practice yoga, then I would ask him to practice it according to the tradition. That is, according to the 8 steps. And the first 2 steps are what I have already said, yama and niyama: worship, prayer, self-control, regularity, compassion, mercy, love, and absence of malice, violence, aggression, and virtues of this type. They are the first steps to yoga. So he has first to gain perfection in them, and then he can go on with asana and dharana and samadhi. But if he likes to do all together, he is even welcome to do that. He can even practice meditation side by side with his other effort to raise himself in morals and ethics. There is generally a reluctance to follow all the various limbs of yoga and only to snatch at meditation or pranayama or asana, because people believe that these are the real things and with this they can reach the higher level of consciousness easily. But that is not possible. The whole cerebrospinal system has to be purified of poisons. And greed, malice, immoderate ambition, passion, malignancy, malevolence, hatred, aggression and violence create nerve poisons which will be a hindrance to any practice of yoga and would not allow the aspirant to reach the desired state. He would just waste his time. So it is necessary for him to attend to the other steps also. Another point is that the evolution of human beings is proceeding on a complete basis. The will, the imagination, and the emotions all must evolve correspondingly. It would not do to have an evolved imagination with a weak will. Therefore, the first two limbs of yoga, yam and niyam, develop the will also, and that is an essential part of yoga discipline.
So the key words for you then would be moderation and balance.
Moderation, balance, self-mastery, and then development of love. This is the most important quality. And also lessening of the ego. The man who believes that by doing yoga or following a certain discipline has become superior to others or is now in a better position than others is creating a barrier for himself which no amount of meditation can overcome. He is creating the barrier of the ego. Similarly, a vegetarian who thinks he is purer than a non-vegetarian is creating another barrier for himself. These barriers are not to be created. The mind has to be let open and free without fanaticism and dogma.
I would like now to focus on the scientific aspects of your work. Would you please comment as specifically as possible on what you see as the special significance of Kundalini research on 5 major areas of human experience? 1. What is the significance of Kundalini research for physics? 2nd, what is its significance for psychology and psychiatry? 3rd, religion. Next, education. And last of all, politics.
Yes. So let us first take physics. The research on Kundalini will, of course, bring before the observers one in whom enlightenment has occurred. I mean the last stage. And in the state of enlightenment, the solid reality of the world vanishes. So, what the physicists are now encountering in the subnuclear depths of matter, the enlightened sees it as a reality. The solidity, the mass, the heaviness, and the reality of the universe ceases. You can even verify it from the Indian tradition. It is repeatedly mentioned that all that we see, which we think as solid, as sound, or having mass, or having a velocity, is just a projection of consciousness. It is just a creation of consciousness. This is what the enlightened will say to the world, that all the universe that you see is the dream, is the projection, is the superimposition of a staggering consciousness that encompasses the whole universe.
You are saying that ultimate reality is consciousness.
Is consciousness. But a consciousness which human consciousness is not even able to imagine. In the enlightened state, only a glimpse can be had of the sun, just a slightly better glimpse than in the normal consciousness, and even that glimpse is sufficient to show that there is a glorious and everlasting and unimaginable, incredible life, consciousness and intelligence behind the universe. And all that we see and hear and taste and smell is its creation. That would be the vision.
You've mentioned the word prana as the yogic term for a new form of energy that science, especially physics, will have to direct its attention to. What are some of the characteristics of prana? What indications can you give for the observable and verifiable discovery of this, what at present I have to say is a hypothetical form of energy?
Yes. You see, though it is hypothetical, but it has at least the testimony of hundreds, even thousands of yogis for the last thousands of years. This prana is used from the Vedic times, and thousands of sages who never spoke a word which was not the truth have testified to its existence. Now, prana is something which is not possible to explain through human language. It is a super intelligence, almighty and all powerful substance, medium, and which is capable of creating any form of life and any object of the universe, even those which we cannot perceive by our senses. This is the substratum of the material universe. In other words, I would say that behind the universe there is an energy which is not even thought of by our physicists, which is in fact the real energy from which matter comes out.
Prana is the substratum of the material universe, yes, from which the presently recognized four forms of energy, electricity, magnetism, gravity, and the nuclear energy,
yes,
come.
This is the stuff from which creation is born. This is the energy of the Creator, the first energy of the Creator from which all is created. That is prana.
Is physics approaching this through subatomic?
It is coming nearer to it, definitely. It is coming nearer to it. And in the Sanskrit terminology, the generic name is Shakti, energy. And the generic name of cosmic consciousness is Shiva or Brahman. Brahman is the consciousness which is the primordial cause of the universe, and Shakti is his energy by which the universe is brought into existence. What the future research will reveal, I cannot say. I mean, about the nature of Shakti, maybe its deeper nature, or about its components, or whatever it is. But so far as the mystical experience and the experience of yoga is concerned to this day, there is one cosmic consciousness which has the power of creation, and that power is known as Shakti. We can call it Maya Shakti, the power of illusion, or Shakti or Prana Shakti. It is a mysterious power which may be behind what we call as the material energy, which may be even its source and its cause.
Kundalini, as you are proposing it for science, offers a bridge between physics and psychology. We've just discussed physics. Can you show its significance for psychology and psychiatry?
I think research on Kundalini is essential for psychology to know the nature of mind. At the present moment, psychology deals only with the observed phenomena of mind, but nothing about its nature or what energy feeds the brain or how it is related to the body or how does the body act on it or how does mind act on the body. Nothing about this. It simply observes certain phenomena of mind such as dreams or insanity or things like that. Research on Kundalini will for the first time reveal to the psychologists how energy is supplied to the brain, what is bioenergy and how it works. It will bring before it the fact that the energy in the body, that the life in the human body is super intelligent, and that the chemical actions and reactions, our muscular actions, what happens in the sleep is not done mechanically by the cells, but that an intelligent energy courses through our body, acting and reacting, and in such an amazing and bewildering way that the human intellect cannot even trace its activity. This would be the first lesson for psychology. In fact, psychology will begin from the time of research on Kundalini. At present, psychology is no science because it does not know the nature or even how the life energy is working or how the mind is acting on the body or how the brain is fueled. It does not know many essential things. It only records some observed data about dreams, about sleep, about mental disorder, or about habits, or about that there is will and imagination and feelings, things like that. But it gives us no hints about life at all. So the study of psychology will really begin from the day research is made on Kundalini. I am not making an exaggerated statement. I am saying it with full consideration. At present, psychology is a disputed realm. Different psychologists have different theories. For instance, McDougall believes in a soul. Other psychologists do not believe in the soul. And now some biologists like Dr. Penfield, neurophysicists, they say now there must be another element in the human body. So there is confusion about the fundamentals, whether mind is an energy or is it just a transitory manifestation of some chemical activity in the body. So with this controversy about the very fundamental nature of mind, how can we expect a science to grow? About the physical science, at least we have the satisfaction that that matter which we observe or touch or see or smell undergoes certain changes through in our laboratories, and we are able to form opinions about those. But about the mind, we know not. We even do not know whether it is a lasting substance, whether it is an independent energy, or whether it is just a chemical action of the body. Therefore, what we call modern psychology will be a science only when Kundalini research is started.
What will this tell us about the nature of mental illness?
That will come in psychiatry.
Would you speak then about psychiatry?
Yes. Well, the nature of the mental illness, so far as my experience goes, it is subject to verification. What we know as a human personality, the living, thinking I, is a certain spectrum of the bioenergy. prana. Actually, it is not the Atman. This ephemeral I, this ephemeral human ego, this ephemeral human personality, which thinks, imagines, feels, is a spectrum of prana which reflects the eternal light as a dewdrop reflects the sun. Everything happens by that reflection, by that eternal sun. But the sheath which now thinks, works, runs, fights, wars, is a spectrum of prana, of this amazing life energy. And now, according to different traditions, it has different sheaths. For instance, according to the Indian tradition, it has 3 or 4 or 5 sheaths. One is mind, one is body, one is the prana sheath, one is that. Similarly, in other traditions also. But this man who we know and I who am talking, am a spectrum of prana. The light divine is behind it. It is unaffected. It is neither born nor died. What we perceive is the reflection of that light through the spectrum of prana. And this spectrum of prana in every individual is different. All life has evolved through the spectrum of prana. There is one specific spectrum for apes, another for baboons, another for elephants. It is this spectrum which is the heredity also, which carries on life from generation to generation. And I could even give you evidence in support of it. A person is terribly ill, and after 3 weeks, when the illness grows worse, he has delirium, and his personality is totally distorted. All his body is now trying to bring him back. In actual fact, the pranic spectrum has been distorted. And now the entire body and all the organs try to maintain its purity. Death occurs when the pranic spectrum can no longer be kept in its position. That is the reason of the death. Disease occurs when the body becomes impure. The bloodstream and the tissues, they get poisoned, and the pranic spectrum loses its original condition. That is, at once we begin to feel that we have fever, we have this, we have that. In fact, prana is the substance of which the purity is maintained by the body. What the scientists hold is that the effort of the body is to maintain the purity of the blood, which supplies the brain. But actually it is not the blood, it is the pranic spectrum, which is the aim of our eliminatory system to keep pure. And when that purity is not possible, death ensues. So every being has a pranic spectrum, and when due to certain conditions of the body, or due to a morbid awakening of the kundalini, or due to an inferior organ such as the liver or the kidney or the heart, this pranic spectrum cannot maintain its purity, a psychotic emerges.
A psychotic.
Psychotic, I mean an insane person. Then it is then a disordered imagination, disordered will, disordered thought which comes before us, because the prana is now in a disoriented condition. It is not in a healthy condition at that time.
Is there a certain relationship then between the psychotic and the mystic?
Very close relationship. Mystic is a healthy flow of Kundalini prana into the brain, and a psychotic is the product of a morbid flow of Kundalini into the brain. Very close relationship. In fact, they are the two ends of the same process. And the tradition, the ancient traditions also now classed mad people as mad lovers of God or something divine or something, and even now people in India run after mad people. Some of them have clairvoyant faculties, and even in the clinics in Europe and America there are people who are mad but who pose as geniuses or as poets or as spiritual teachers or as clairvoyants. And Jung, in one of his books, The Secret of the Golden Flower, has recorded certain cases in which the insane drew drawings which resemble the mandala and the circle used in tantric practices. Naturally, it means that they had the same tendencies as the tantric worshippers had in their subconscious. In their case, they are distorted and insanity results.
So you are saying then that many of the recognized clinical symptoms of psychosis, images of light and sounds that the psychotic hears, and feelings of the skin as if worms or insects were crawling on them, are distorted reflections of what the mystic feels in the superconscious state.
Definitely. Definitely. What the mystic feels as joy, the psychotic sees as terror. What the mystic sees as light, blissful light, the psychotic sees as a blinding glare. What the mystic sees as cool and fresh, the psychotic feels as fire. So it is the same energy now, distorted, which now burns the brain, which actually madness is not just a psychic process. Actually, terribly poisoned prana goes into the brain, and the suffering is awful. I have myself experienced it in one phase. It is awful. Why some mad people commit suicide is because they cannot bear, they cannot tolerate the mental torture that they experience.
This explains then in biological terms why folklore has traditionally said that madness is next to divinity.
This is also held in India and in the Near East, that mad people are divinely inspired.
This brings me to the subject of religion then. You are proposing that a presently unrecognized form of energy links physics and psychology in the human being, and in turn links the entire human being to the cosmos. And you've used terms such as divinity and God. Would you speak now about the significance of Kundalini research for religion?
Now, what is religion? Religion has been differently interpreted. One psychologist calls it the numinous feeling. Another calls it a desire for a father. And a third one calls it as a pathological condition. So first we have to know exactly what religion means, but taking the general interpretation, let us say that religion is a belief or a feeling for the first cause of the universe, for the Creator, for God, for how this world came into existence and what is my relationship to it, say for a search for the supernatural or search for the transcendental. Now, all these thirsts are created by Kundalini. Just as an adolescent, when he sees a member of the opposite sex, feels attracted and fascinated. In the same way, when Kundalini acts on the brain, the individual is fascinated by the thought of a supernal power. He then becomes religious. He has a feeling that there is a God and he wants to worship that God. Actually, it is the same energy now working in the brain. When it works in the reproductive organ, then we love the opposite sex. There is romance. There is even great desire for meeting, for a union. And you will find that the same things happen when the energy acts on the brain. There is the greatest desire for union with the unseen. There is romance, there is a thirst and hankering after religion. And people have neglected all their worldly affairs, tormented themselves, spent years and years in their search. When their thirst grew very strong through the energy. Similarly, we find that in the field of love, people leave their homes, run after their beloveds, even die for them, serve them, and treat them as their models and ideals. It is the same energy acting on both sides. If you now compare the religious striving of people, of the mystics, you will see a parallel between carnal love and divine love, because the energy creating both is the same. So religion is the creation of Kundalini. The thirst for religion, the search for religion is the creation of Kundalini. And why is it so? Because what the man wishes to reach God, what the man wishes to worship, the supernatural power, is the ideal towards which he is himself evolved. God is the ideal towards mankind, is now going up and up and up and up, and it will reach it one day.
I would have thought that the reverse is true, that Kundalini is the origin of religion.
Religious impulse.
The religious impulse. I was referring to institutional religions. Do you connect institutional religions in their historical aspect with the Kundalini
You
experience?
see, now the impulse is from Kundalini. And then inspired prophets appeared. That means products of Kundalini, perfected products of Kundalini. And they brought before mankind the picture of God and the life they have to lead to reach God. And that picture and that life corresponds to what the man has to reach. That is, both are pervaded by Kundalini.
So organized religion stems from the Kundalini experience of the enlightened.
From the Kundalini experience, from the Kundalini finished products, and from the Kundalini impulse.
If the origin of institutional religions is in the Kundalini experience, it seems that this knowledge has been lost upon these institutional religions throughout the ages, because at least as I observe the contemporary scene, I do not see any present-day religions which are passing to its adherents knowledge of Kundalini, or even without using that term, structuring experience so that they might have a direct contact with Kundalini. This knowledge and this experience seems to have been lost among present-day institutionalized religions. Would you comment on that, please?
I would agree with you in this, but still the knowledge is preserved in some of the esoteric practices of the various religions, though not completely. And secondly, the correlation between Kundalini and evolution, and also with the brain, this has not been a subject of study. Even if Kundalini is accepted, it is accepted as a divine power, as a goddess, as something superhuman and supernatural. This is perhaps the first time when I am bringing this whole subject into the realm of reality and practical common sense, and treating it as the evolutionary energy and mechanism in human beings. Now, so far as religions are concerned, let us suppose that there is an impulse in human beings based on Kundalini to reach a divine state of consciousness. In fact, every religion promises salvation or communion with God as the reward of a life passed in the worship of God with all the virtues that are necessary for a religious life. Let us now suppose that this has been a subconscious urge stimulated by Kundalini for man to seek his maker and to have communion with him. I interpret it that this urge is the evolutionary impulse leading man towards a higher state of consciousness. His rise from the animal consciousness to human consciousness occurred unconsciously. But for his rise from the human consciousness to superhuman consciousness, he has to participate with the evolutionary processes, as he is now a self-ruling and thinking being. Now the processes cannot work unconsciously because he is a participant. He has now his will of his own, and he leads a life of his own. He does not depend only on his instincts. Therefore, he has to be an active participant in this process of evolution. Assuming now that Kundalini creates the urge for God experience, and also some finished products of Kundalini appeared as prophets and guided mankind to the realization of their dreams for a spiritual life. We can only assume that all this process is proceeding from a source which governs the destiny of mankind. In fact, the very existence of Kundalini as an evolutionary mechanism leading mankind towards God is a clear sign of divine favor. Without it, if you eliminate Kundalini, you have no valid explanation for religion except the whim of man. When you accept religion as a part of human evolution or as a part of his biological endowment created by the Lord, you become more religious. You have now an explanation for religion. And even it is proved empirically, the clash of opinions, the clash of ideologies that now exists between the communists and the Western nations must cease. No one can deny it, that the human body has already in it a biological impulse to reach a higher state of consciousness or to a nearness to God, to the Creator. So in the same way, when you hold Christ as a Christian prophet, you deny him universality. When you hold Muhammad as a prophet of Islam, You leave no place for him among the Hindus, the Sikhs, the Jews, and the Christians. When you hold Buddha as the prophet of Buddhism, as the founder of that religion, you leave no room for him in Hinduism or in Christianity. But if you accept Christ as a finished product of this divine energy, a superman born before his time, you give him an universal character to be respected and honored and worshipped by all human beings. Then you make him a man very much in advance of his time, whose teaching is meant not only for one section of mankind, but all the mankind. Similarly Muhammad, similarly Guru Nanak, similarly Vyasa, they then become universal figures. By just accepting Christ as a son of God, or Muhammad as a messenger of God, or Krishna as an incarnation of God, we restrict their divinity. We make them human. We bring them into the limitations of our own ego. We then think that we are blessed because we are Christians belonging to Christ. Hindus think we are blessed because our prophet is Krishna, which was an incarnation of God. Muslims think we are blessed because Muhammad was a messenger and apostle of God. But they do not know that they limit their divinity. They don't make them universal figures of respect and homage, which they actually are. For the teachings of Christianity, the teachings of Buddhism, the teachings of Hinduism, the teachings of Islam, I mean the basic teachings, they are meant for all mankind, and they are the revealed directions of collective consciousness of the race which mankind has to follow to reach the higher dimension of consciousness. Without these directions, intellect can never know the path of evolution. For instance, Christ says, now, if one strikes you, turn your other cheek towards him. And in the Gita it is written that one who sees himself in all human beings, he is the enlightened. All human beings are like ourselves, or love thy neighbor as yourself. Intellect will see no purpose in it. It will not allow itself to be exploited. It will say, now let me strive for myself and let the neighbor take care for himself. We now see the importance of this teaching when we see now the world on the verge of self-destruction. We know what are these teachings: to eschew violence, to eschew aggression, to eschew malice, to eschew jealousy. They were given because the human evolution is proceeding to give tremendous powers to man. It is only the beginning. Nuclear energy is the beginning. He will know other energies and other powers. And if he does not practice the virtues in the Sermon on the Mount, in the 10 Commandments, in the instructions of Buddha, in the directions of Muhammad, or in the Adi Granth of Guru Nanak, or in other religious literature, the Vedas and the Upanishads, he will destroy himself. So there is such a scientific basis for these teachings which we have not been able even to understand so far. They are the directions for the evolutionary progress of human beings. Man is not meant to be a slave to machine, to be a mechanical computer, to have knowledge of astronomy and know what is happening in the stars. He is meant to be a joint of joy, happiness, vigor, longevity, and life. He has come to enjoy, to live, to know his Maker, and to live in communion with him. That is the aim of human life. Not that we isolate him, make him a participant of a sectional doctrine or a sectional religion. he has to be one, the whole race. It has to have respect for every religion, for every prophet, for every good thought that has come to us. As they say in the Vedas, let us think together, let us receive good thoughts together. They are meant for all humanity, and if you divide them into sections, you are creating the very conditions for self-destruction. Especially in this age, when man has reached a very high stature intellectually. Therefore, what I say about Kundalini confirms the teaching of religions, provided the explanation for the birth of the prophets, and also for the ideals that they placed before mankind. And perhaps, if God wills, in course of time, the research made on what I am saying will confirm all this.
You have said that consciousness is ultimate reality.
Yes.
Do you use this term interchangeably with God? God as...
Yes, I have mentioned it even in my books. You see, it is not possible at this stage to make finer distinctions. They will occur at a later stage. Let first the research be done. Because if I do not use it as interchangeable with God or Almighty or Lord, then one book will be needed first to explain the differences. So God for me, Allah, Brahman, cosmic consciousness, the Lord, they all denote the ultimate reality behind the universe. And that ultimate reality is consciousness.
The word education comes from the Latin educare, meaning to draw out or to lead out that which is potential within. Now you have presented the idea of Kundalini as human potential.
Yes.
So if Kundalini is a potent super intelligent energy pervading the cosmos and responsible for our life, the bioenergy, and if it is the biological basis of our human potential for a growth to a higher state of consciousness, I would like to hear you comment upon the significance of Kundalini research then for education, since education means literally to draw out that which is potential.
Well, in that sense, the universe is within us, lies in us. It is not an outer thing. It comes from within. And all our training and reading and writing is only drawing upon the information which is already present in human beings, subject to the capacity of our brain. If the capacity is changed, as by the rise of Kundalini, then knowledge which no books can give can come into the mind, and that is revelation. The very fact of revelation and inspiration proves that knowledge comes from within. Because in the discoveries of science, or in the works of great art, or in the revelations of religion, you find that knowledge that was not gained by experience, or that which is contrary to experience, is there. So it has come from some other source than man's own experience. It has come from the inner source. For me, it is a reality, because at a certain stage in my development, I started to write in languages which I had never read and of which I had no knowledge.
This was a genuine psychic experience.
Yes, I started to write in languages. I had a gift of languages, as they say, which I had never read. And I started to write in a verse form, which I had never attempted in all my life, nor had even a taste for it. And I did it in so many languages. And still I am writing now books in verse sometimes. In fact, the inspiration comes better in verse, where I have to say something which is in the form of a prophecy, or which is a criticism of the modern conditions, or in which I have to give some things I have found from within. I generally use verse form for that expression. So knowledge comes from within. Now, research on Kundalini will show us to what extent and in what form knowledge should be acquired. Whether we should overload the brain with all the facts and figures of the universe, or we should adopt methods by which the inner knowledge wells up by certain stimulation from outside. By reading, of course, but now we read huge volumes full of statistical data which loads the mind, and you will find one extraordinary thing, that almost all the great mystics and the great prophets were very poorly educated. The brain was free for the experience. This loading of the brain, I am writing about this in my books, loading of the brain with facts and figures and information, it does not satisfy your curiosity. On the other hand, it makes it more and more hungry for information. And also it can act as a hindrance to the evolution. This will be one of the most important contributions of research on Kundalini. How far and to what extent and of what kind should be our education. And secondly, our educational system should also include self-discipline and meditation as a part of the cultural activity of our youth. They should know to have self-mastery. At the present moment, we leave the children free because it is thought that they will be suppressed or repressed or something extraordinary will happen. And then when they have burnt themselves and committed excesses in their youth, in the majority of cases, we then deplore why now they have ruined their lives in many cases. We leave them totally free. We never guide them at the critical periods of their life. Education, the future education after the research on Kundalini should take account of this fact also, that the children should be taught, of course with their own cooperation, without repression or without suppression, to learn the art of self-mastery from early childhood, and also to make them conversant with this Kundalini, that it is a part of their evolution. Also with their spiritual ideals. It is only then that you can have a better race of human beings. It has to start true spiritual education, true spiritual discipline, and true education on sex has to start from an early age, so that, not too early in age, but say from the age of 10 or 9, so that the children, when they grow up, are more harmonious, have better self-restraint, are more in the know of their own life and its target than in the speed of life, or what happens in the farthermost corner of the cosmos. They should know more about themselves than about things which are totally beyond their reach.
Pandit, would you please comment on the significance now of Kundalini research and the Kundalini experience for our political and our social systems? What does this experience of yours and the research that you propose imply about the very forms of living that our societies take?
Now, one of the first results of research on Kundalini, in my view, would be to show that the human brain is already evolving towards a higher, predetermined state of consciousness. A state of consciousness that has been the crowning vision of the mystics and the prophets. I believe that mankind as a whole is evolving towards that level of perception in which the multiplicity of the universe converges into one unity. This evolutionary process is so complex that perhaps all the resources of science which we have been able to build so far will not be able to cope with the demands, because the whole system of man, his thoughts, his feelings, his passions, his social structures, and his political systems are involved in this chain. The more and more he evolves, his social and political environments should show a corresponding improvement. He should be free from tension, anxiety, worry. He should have no fear of war. He should have no fear of aggression or violence. He must have all his basic needs satisfied. He must not lack for food or for clothing or for shelter. His basic needs must be fulfilled. If this does not happen, and the evolutionary drive continues, then there will be a distortion, an abortion of the process, and not superhuman beings but abnormal beings will result. Just as we find that in China, in the olden times, they used to compress the feet of women. Wooden or iron shoes were fixed to the feet so that the size of the feet would remain small. That was considered to be an attribute of beauty. And it was found often that when the shoes were removed, they were distorted. The fingers had gone inside. The whole thing was curved and ugly.
The toes had become deformed.
Before, yes. In fact, curved. They went like this. I mean, they curled under the soles. Mm-hmm. Similarly, our social and political systems at the moment are creating a distortion of the human mind. This is what higher consciousness reveals. The increase in crime, violence, the threat of war, the rush after armaments, the preparations for war, all are the outcome of this distorted state of the human intellect. And if it is not remedied, it would destroy the race. Our evolution will go wrong and result in the annihilation of the race if we do not provide the right environment for the whole of the race. The facilities and the amenities provided by science, the leisure now which every individual can command, the television, radio, reading of papers in the morning, study of books, discussions, all these are tending to accelerate the process of evolution. This has happened in all the civilizations of the past. When, after conquests, they had leisure and they had ample food for their mental development, books and study and discussions, the evolutionary processes were accelerated. But since they did not change the environment to suit the processes, degeneration and decadence was the result. The same thing is happening before our eyes, before the eyes of the learned and the scholars. But no one seems to care for it. Mankind, especially the advanced sections of mankind, who have now every facility and enough to eat, enough to wear, by a wrong mode of life, are creating an environment in which the evolutionary processes can go wrong and are going wrong. The aim of every political system and the social system should be to make man free of worries, of threats, of overactivity, so that he can lead a healthy, natural life with leisure, recreation, food and clothing. But instead of doing this, the governments are bent on maintaining their domination, maintaining their military power, maintaining their wealth, which all is against the evolution of mankind, which all is against the evolution of the brain. We see in the inspired directions, in the spiritual lore of mankind, that man has to live not in a luxurious way, but with moderation. This is the teaching of Christ, this is the teaching of Buddha, this is the teaching of Muhammad, this is the teaching of the Indian seers. A moderate way, and to treat his neighbor as himself. What mankind is doing at present is creating divisions and blocks, each armed to the teeth and ready to fight each other at the smallest provocation. In such circumstances, how can evolution go on in a healthy way? So evolution is being distorted, and abortive and abnormal cases will become more and more in evidence in the years to come. The bloodshed in the 20th century, the massacres, the terrible tortures are also due to this fact, because many of the dictators and the rulers who caused these massacres and bloodshed were distorted products of a misdirected evolutionary process. What I am saying goes deep into the levels of human life. What I assert is that science has no knowledge at the moment of the subtle forces working in man, that unless the laws of these subtle forces are obeyed and man is allowed an opportunity to evolve in a healthy way, the race would destroy itself. It would create such conditions that more than evolution, destruction will be before it. And the present situation is a direct corroboration of what I say. Therefore, it is necessary for any future government of the world to take the evolutionary progress of the race or of the nation into consideration. Each individual has to have liberty, enough to eat, his basic needs to be satisfied. There is not going to be a disproportionate distribution of wealth or the assets of the earth for two reasons. Overabundance is the cause of degeneration. It does not allow the mind or the body to function in a healthy way. It is unnatural. Even in animals, even in rats, it creates chaotic conditions, and it creates chaotic conditions in human beings also. Every nation that grew luxurious at a certain period of its rise then fell to the ground, never to rise again. The same will happen to the world today. Science is here against a dead wall. It is not able to understand the evolutionary progress of mankind. For this, we have to go back to the inspired material of the great prophets who have given us directions how mankind is to live. Therefore, our political systems will have to conform to the evolutionary needs if mankind is to survive. If they do not conform, then there will occur natural calamities, wars, and revolutions to force the political powers to adhere to those laws, to those conditions by which evolution becomes easier and healthier. If you go through the history of mankind for the past 3,000 years, you will find that every race rose to a certain height and then collapsed. You will find that when there was tyranny or when there were conditions of suppression or conditions of terror, revolutions broke out in which thousands, even hundreds of thousands were killed. These revolutions are engineered by the evolutionary power of the race. They come through the collective consciousness. For instance, in the Russian and French Revolution, we see a certain type of men came into prominence, ruthless men. They had great power of eloquence. They had great influence over their followers. And then a whole reign of terror was created in which thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions were massacred. This is revolution comes into being when the evolutionary processes are frustrated, thwarted. They are not allowed to proceed. At that time, a revolution or a war occurs. The situation has developed now. There is the present way of life, especially in the West, is unnatural and anti-evolutionary. It is also anti-evolutionary in the poorer countries because their want is leading to modes of life which are not favorable to evolution. The net result of all these conditions would be either natural calamities or a global war or revolutions or all things combined together to change the present environment. The research on Kundalini will make future revolutions impossible because science will come to know to what state the average human mind has arrived and what kind of social and political environment will suit it now. So what I am saying is intimately connected with our political and social life. Social and political lives of mankind have also to be progressive. But the progress made in the past has been often wrought by bloodshed. We changed monarchy into democracy or the autocratic rule into popular governments with bloodshed. This change should have occurred through reason, through investigation, through research. Why at a certain time people are tired of a certain form of government and a revolution starts to occur. It is because the evolution is obstructed, and that obstruction creates people and brings forth leaders, brings forth revolutionaries who come from the collective consciousness of the race to set the order right. You see, if you look at this thing from another point of view, we have literary geniuses, we have had poetic geniuses, we have had scientific geniuses, we have had spiritual geniuses, all tending to raise the race from a lower to a higher standard. The spiritual geniuses towards a higher spiritual standard. The artistic geniuses, the great musicians, the great painters towards a higher aesthetic standard. The scientists towards a better knowledge of the cosmos and how that knowledge can be put to use to give more leisure and more facilities and a better life to human beings. Similarly, we have had also political geniuses, but these geniuses have often been revolutionaries and they worked with instruments of terror. The knowledge of Kundalini will now show us that all these categories of men, the spiritual geniuses, the geniuses of science, the literary geniuses, the artistic geniuses, and the political geniuses, they come through the evolutionary impulse of the race to raise mankind up and up on the ladder of evolution by placing new ideals before the sight of man and also new forms of government and new social structures. Research on Kundalini will once for all make it clear that at every rise of the race, a better form of social and political order would be needed. So that would save bloodshed. Therefore, what I say has a very important significance for our politics also. Politics, our educational systems, our social systems have to keep pace with our evolutionary progress and would need a change at every rise. They have to become more and more humane, more and more liberal, more and more democratic and popular. Power has not to be vested in a few hands, nor wealth in a select few, but all this must be divided and distributed and used in a way that every human being has an equal chance to rise up on the evolutionary scale. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary that we make research on Kundalini, because that might save mankind from global wars, from annihilation and from bloody revolution that have been a very sad feature of our past history.
Thank you. Pandit, several people have commented to me on the lives of the enlightened saints of India, Ramana Maharshi and Ramakrishna. Both these men were highly regarded as living in the Turiya state, in transcendental consciousness, and yet their lives were relatively short, perhaps no longer than 60 years, and both men died of cancer. What can you say about the nature of biological laws applying to the person who is in extended state of consciousness?
Now, the present conception is that enlightenment represents communion with God, or even some people say that God becomes incarnate in an enlightened person. This naturally gives rise to the idea that the enlightened person must be all-powerful and all-knowing. But the view I am presenting is different. Enlightened consciousness is the next higher stage of consciousness designed for man. Therefore, by ascension to the next higher consciousness, he does not necessarily become infallible or immune to biological laws. The biological laws will work as effectively on an enlightened person as they work on an unenlightened one. Therefore, it is natural that at some period in their lives, decay would set in or diseases would come to end the life in biological terms. I have often mentioned this also, that man, in order to live happily on earth and to evolve to the dimension designed for him, has to be efficient both on the intellectual level and also on the level of transcendental consciousness. He has to be a man and a superman both. Intellect is needed to fight against disease, against want, against natural calamities, so that his body remains safe and healthy, and super consciousness is needed to understand the reality, to know the secrets which are not accessible to the intellect. So therefore, a complete man, the perfect man of the future, would be both an intellectual, that is a philosopher, a scientist, and a man with a higher consciousness also. This is the ideal of the future man before my eyes. The fact that religion neglected the world and considered that withdrawal or detachment from the world was necessary to reach God has done great harm to spirituality. It has been a lopsided view which did not take into account the fact that man is composed of two entities, the body and the spirit, and both have to be looked into and both have to be cared for. Too much obsession for the body makes humanity hedonist, luxurious, voluptuous, and leads to degeneration. Too much obsession to the spirit makes the body weak and the mind prone to obsessions and ideas which are not correct. Therefore, man has to live the middle path, to take care of his mind, of his body and his spirit in a proportionate way, so that there is a perfect evolution of all the three components of human beings. Therefore, to think that if a man has reached an enlightened state, he should be immune to disease or infallible is not correct. It is a fallacy. And often people try to explain this, that the saint took the sins of the world upon himself, or that it was his karma, or that he was too much engrossed in the spirit and therefore paid no attention to the body. These are mere presumptions. They don't represent the reality in a rational way. The reality is that it will need aeonian spans of time for man to become perfect and perfectly established in higher consciousness, as also to gain the mastery of his body. The present enlightened human beings whom we meet are still short of the perfect man of the future.
In your own case, the awakening of Kundalini took a violent, explosive form. For years, your body was racked with pain, suffering. Is this the way that the Kundalini experience will happen to everyone, or does it take other forms?
You see, now let us look at it this way, that Kundalini is the evolutionary mechanism interwoven with the whole nervous and organic structure of the body. We should view it from this light. We should not view it as something interposed. We should view Kundalini as an organic mechanism interwoven with the brain and the nervous system and all the organic structure of the body. Just as sexual proclivity is interwoven with the whole structure of the body, you can see its effects in the masculine and feminine characteristics, its effects in the play of love. It is interwoven with the whole of our structure. Similarly, the evolutionary mechanism is interwoven with the whole of the organic structure of the human body. Now, let us assume for a moment that evolution is proceeding without our knowledge, and that some individuals are more ripe from the evolutionary point of view than others. In corroboration of this fact, I can cite the cases of geniuses, cases of men and women of exceptional intelligence. No one can deny that they are better equipped mentally and more evolved in the sphere of intelligence and talent than the normal human being. This is very easily comprehensible. Now, in some cases, the evolutionary mechanism attains to a state of maturity without the knowledge of the person. What that person experiences is a desire to reach God, a desire for self-realization, a desire for the occult and the unseen from his childhood. He does not know why is it so. He just feels it in his consciousness, and he is always reading and talking and questioning himself about the unknown and the unknowable. Now, in some cases, when they meditate, this power now, which has already transformed the brain and the nervous system to the required degree of efficiency, at once rises into the head. The result is that the man leaps from one dimension of consciousness to the other. And to maintain that dimension of consciousness now, the power through the nervous system circulates in all the organs to save the brain. This is the violent awakening of Kundalini. The cerebrospinal system is ripe for the experience. With meditation, at once it starts to function in the higher dimension of consciousness, while the individual is accustomed only to the normal consciousness. So this transition is so abrupt, and it has such drastic consequences for the body that for months or years a state of storm and stress exists in the body, to which he has to adjust himself. If the system is not fully mature, if the cerebrospinal system is not fully mature, Kundalini does not then awaken at once, but it first tries to adjust the system until she can go up to the brain. In this process, those people who meditate, they only see the Kundalini working gradually. For them it becomes imperceptible until the point of maturity is reached. By that time they have become accustomed to their daily practice and they experience bliss or light or anything without an explosion. But in the cases of those in whom the cerebrospinal system is ripe and who meditate intensively, such an abrupt awakening can occur. Now I shall in this connection also discuss the concept of Jnana Yoga.
Jnana Yoga.
Yes. There is a view, especially expressed by Shankaracharya, that merely by thinking that the soul is real and the world is an illusion, one can reach a state of consciousness where the world actually appears to be an illusion, and the underlying reality, that is Brahman, is perceived as the one reality pervading the whole creation. And there have been many Jnana Yogis who had this experience without meditating for long periods of time. In fact, even in Bhagavad Gita you find Karma Yoga, the yoga of action, of selfless action, also conducive to enlightenment. Now we cannot reconcile either Jnana Yoga or Karma Yoga with the concept of meditation and reflection and prayer and worship. Because in the later case, we see that certain practices and disciplines are necessary to arouse Kundalini. But in Karma Yoga, it is action without any selfish interest. And in Jnana Yoga, it is just the thought that the world is unreal and the Atman is real, which leads to higher states of consciousness. How does this happen? The answer is the same. In some people, the cerebrospinal system has already reached a state of ripeness where just reflection or a meditation, or even without that, spontaneously, as in the case of Tennyson, or as in the case of many of even Dr. Buke, I mean those people who did not practice any formal meditation and suddenly had experiences of higher consciousness or mystical experiences, or in the case of those who were mystics from birth, the indication is that this brain and the nervous system have already reached a state where just a little trigger or a little stimulus is sufficient to plant them in the higher state. In many cases of the spontaneous mystical experience experienced by poets, writers, and many other people, we can even say in the case of Einstein, the way in which he describes the mystical condition of mind and treats it as the highest possible experience for man. The brain has already reached a state where the transition can be effected without much effort. In fact, the aim of nature is to lead man to higher state of consciousness by the evolution that is proceeding slowly. But meditation, prayer, worship, and pranayama and other yoga exercises tend to accelerate this process. And now, in the case of one in whom the maturity or ripeness has been attained, it can lead to an abrupt opening of the dormant center in the brain and the flow of the energy to the Sahasrara, which causes sometimes very disquieting and distracting situations. But in some cases where the cerebrospinal system is not so well attuned, the process can be gradual. Or even where it is attuned, the process can be so gradual that one does not experience any difficulty nor any power moving in the body. He merely sees the subjective phenomena. He sees light, he hears sounds, he begins to feel ecstatic states, happiness, bliss, elevation, without being apparent, without being in the least conscious of that a certain energy is moving inside. Now, therefore, there have been people who think that Kundalini is not involved in higher consciousness, but actually it is the evolution of the nervous system and the brain that leads to enlightenment. If the brain were not involved or the nervous system were to be out of it, then I would say that it is only a delusional state. But in order the state to be real and permanent and a part of human awareness, it is absolutely necessary that it should have an organic base also, and that organic base is Kundalini. So in every form of yoga, whether there has been an explosive awakening or enlightenment has come by gradual degrees without any consciousness of a force moving in the body, the real agent is Kundalini. The real lever to the condition is Kundalini, and as I have said, Kundalini is interwoven in the whole system. Why it is being said to reside at the base of the spine is that when the whole system is ripe, then it appears that the energy is rising from the base of the spine, because now the reproductive system is actively involved in the process.
The experience of enlightenment has been noted and described many, many times in the history of various religious and spiritual traditions, and usually it is said to be ineffable, beyond description. You yourself live in a constant state of enlightenment. Can you speak about the quality of your experience? What is enlightenment like?
As you have said, the condition is indescribable in terms of human language. It is possible a language may be devised in future to describe this new state of consciousness. But so far as my own experience goes, I can imperfectly and inadequately express it in this way, that when I compare myself with what I was before the age of 34 or before the first awakening, I see a radical difference in myself as a conscious entity. Now, every one of us is a point of awareness, mostly located round about the head, though we experience sensations and impressions coming from all parts of the body. But mainly we feel more conscious of ourselves round about the head. In former times, It was even held that consciousness resided or the spirit resided in the heart. But generally speaking, we are conscious of ourselves generally round about the head, and sometimes when we extend our awareness and try to take in the whole of the body, we become even aware of the body. Now, in my case, the situation is different. My awareness is now like an ocean. I feel aware at every point of the compass. When I look around me, I feel that I am not only confined in the body, but I am floating with the clouds. It is a staggering experience. It is inexpressible, but I will try my best. I feel myself blowing with the wind. The wind seems to be a part of me. The other day I saw a waterfall, the Rhine waterfall, and I had two companions with me who were perhaps struck by my silence, and they said it afterwards. I was feeling as if I was hurling myself with that mass of water down into the abysm below. If a thunder roars, it seems to be that it is my voice, it is my noise, it is I who am roaring. It creates such a sensation in myself that sometimes when the spectacle is very grand or very extensive, I lose even the hold on myself and have a fear that I may fall down.
In a swoon?
Maybe in a state of unconsciousness, or maybe in such an intense state that I cannot retain control over my muscular system. When I look from, say, a rooftop at the world with the sun shining and a cloudless sky, I see myself in a paradise of light. The buildings are the same, the men are the same, the trees are the same, the flowers are the same as you see, but to me they have another appearance. They appear to belong to a fairyland. They are the Shiva, as the ancient Indian mystics have described. They are now the Brahman. They are the projections of a mighty I, a mighty self-consciousness, a mighty knower, a boundless intelligence of which I too am a part. I am not the whole of it. That can never be, because it is so stupendous. But I feel that everywhere I am with it. That, in other words, it is I who am looking at this world. And then suddenly I am brought back to myself because of my frail flesh and my frail body. But for the moments when I am looking at it and contemplating the panorama of nature or any view or any individual, I feel that I am in an enchanted land, and that what I am perceiving does not belong to the earth as I knew it before the age of 34. It is something else. It is something glorious. It is something full of splendor, joy, bliss and happiness. This is the reason why the Indian sages have designated this experience as Sat Chit Ananda. Because now there is no doubt left. There is no question about why I came into existence. What is this world? Why is this? Why is that? It all is dissolved in one stupendous self-consciousness, in one immense I. The knower, the reality, the first cause, that knows no doubt, no death, no beginning, one eternal substance, I have no words to tell you what happens. A new sort of a perception, a new sort of a consciousness now starts to function. And what was a frail creature now becomes a giant, a titan, an immortal being for whom there is no fear, no worry, no anxiety, for whom there is no limitation. Who is the king? And that is also one of the reasons why the really enlightened men in India were called Swamis, the lords, and in Persian as Shah, the king, because it is a state that gives you an inexpressible joy beyond anything that you can experience on earth. You see, the highest joy we can have is the pleasure of love with a person intensely beloved. If, for instance, a man or a woman fall in love with a person and most intensely desire him, and then after years of waiting and patience, they have a chance to meet him and hold that person in embrace. That state would convey a fraction of the ecstasy, of the exaltation, of the happiness that is always present in the mind of a youth. Even if one becomes a king overnight or a multimillionaire, for instance, if I, a poor man, suddenly become a multimillionaire, I think that this pleasure or this happiness would not even be a fraction of the pleasure that I am enjoying now. It is for this reason that in Yoga Vasishta, a famous book on higher consciousness, it is written that for one who has attained to higher consciousness, even a kingdom is insignificant. That is the reason why people left homes, why people left kingdoms, why people left all their property, even their wives and children, in search of this goal in India. Because the prize, this condition of consciousness, is beyond anything that has been discussed in modern literature. You find its descriptions only in Upanishads or the writings of Indian mystics like Guru Nanak, Kabir and others, or in the writings of some Sufis and Western mystics. The modern world has no knowledge, the modern learned world has no conception what it means. It transcends everything that you can have. It transcends all the technology. A man may have no amenities provided by modern science. He might be living in Tibet or in a backward area, only subsisting on the simplest food and dressed in the simplest clothes with a thatched roof over his head. The moment he becomes superconscious, he is now the emperor. No human being in any advanced country of the world can compare with him.
Is there anything in Judeo-Christian literature that speaks to this indescribable
It does.
experience?
Now, for instance, Christ's constant reference to the kingdom of God.
The superconscious state is the kingdom of God.
The kingdom of God. The kingdom of the Spirit. The kingdom of God. And he advises you to embrace poverty, to be submissive to God, to pray, to labor, to give up the world, the attractions of the world, because he had a more attractive thing to offer. You see, why I am inviting a research on Kundalini is because at the present moment there are three powerful incentives to human effort. One is the incentive of power. The other is the incentive of wealth. The third is the incentive of love. They are the three most powerful incentives to human effort. And what we find is that most people make it the goal of their life either to have power or to have wealth or to have sex. There is also another incentive, that is the incentive of knowledge, but only few people go to that line. But over and above all these incentives, infinitely above, is the incentive of superconsciousness. It brings the pleasures of all the four within its fold. The pleasure of sex, the pleasure of power, the pleasure of wealth, and the pleasure of knowledge. You gain knowledge from inside. The pleasure of sex is compensated by the perennial happiness that you feel, the perennious bubbling joy that you have always inside. The incentive of power is fulfilled, for you see yourself as a king. You see yourself beyond death, beyond the limitations of flesh, spread all over the universe. You see that you are all. You are a part of the all, the part of the infinite. And therefore that craving for power is fulfilled. And as for wealth, you see that everything is yours. It comes out from you. It may be materially you may not have it, but in your consciousness you are the Lord, you are the King of all. So this is the reason why I say that research on Kundalini provides the only counterblast to the nuclear power, to the modern race for armament, to the division of mankind into different nations, because it eliminates all these four lusts or incentives or passions, and in their place brings within the grasp of man an everlasting treasure, a paradise on earth, of which we find only partial descriptions in the accounts of the mystics. It is not that the man has to leave the world. It is the evolutionary impulse. Man has to live as a man. I mean, the race has to live as the human race, ruled both by the intellect and by intuition, not only one-sided. It has to live, it has to enjoy everything. In fact, all what technology is supplying you with is needed by you as the Superman. You will need everything, but in a moderate way, in a natural way, in a healthy way, without creating division in the world, without leading to war, without leading to hatred, without leading to malice, without leading to envy. Everything and much more, this is the highest prize of heaven for man, and it is for this that all the religions and all the prophets came on earth.
So enlightenment then is an experience that can totally fulfill all human desires beyond our imagination, and yet at the same time does not require the sacrifice of our intellectual or reasoning ability or our motivation to improve our condition.
Exactly. It is not only an experience, it is experience at present, when this vision can be had only for short spans of time. But it is the lasting asset of every human being of the future. He will live as a God. He will live with this consciousness on earth. And when you really start research on Kundalini, as you will find in the ancient books written about it, that when the power is awakened, he becomes the greatest seer, he becomes the greatest poet, he becomes the greatest philosopher, he becomes the greatest logician, he becomes strong, he becomes long-lived. These are things which are mentioned in the ancient books which we are translating and which are still not known very widely throughout the world, but which are known in India. When this research is done and this model comes before the public eye, the model of the future man, that he attains to a treasure which not only fulfill all these desires and the intellectual needs of man, but goes beyond, which gives him a vision into the reality, into the real cause, into the creator behind the universe, that satisfies, more than satisfies, any ambition or desire that he could have. I can tell you that sometimes when in this supreme condition, as the mystics have experienced, one wishes that one were to leap into infinity and the body and stay in that condition of bliss and beatitude. It is an overpowering and overwhelming experience. Nothing can compare to it. No amount of funds, no amount of public applause. You see, I have been working in social spheres and many people followed me, but that is nothing. I would say that the president or the prime minister of the mightiest country in the world is a poor human being when denied this vision. It is something which is overwhelming, stupendous. So it is for this reason that religion came. It is for this reason that great saviors and great prophets advised human beings to devote themselves to this line, to the search for God, to the search for their inner being, because what it brings to you fulfills everything that you can dream of or desire.
Pandit, you have said that your purpose in urging Kundalini research is to awaken humanity to its own potential in order to divert possible dire consequences for the future of humanity, which will result if the world continues to follow its present disastrous course, which is not in tune with the natural laws governing our existence, with the operations of nature. You have also written extensively in a book called The Shape of Events to Come about what specifically will happen. Would you comment, please, on the course of the future of the human race as it has been shown to you in higher consciousness?
Generally speaking, I am not a believer. I have not been a believer in prophecy, generally speaking. And I had also not much thoughts about the future when the awakening occurred. But as soon as I started to write at the age of 49, that is after 15 years of the awakening, one of the first verses that came to me was, "O people of the world, unite and pave the way to peace sublime. Divided you yourself invite disastrous wars, unrest and crime." This was perhaps the first verse that came in English. And since that time, for all these nearly now 25 years, whenever I write, there is a reference to the coming events. I do not say that what I say is in the nature of a prophecy or a prediction. What I assert is that this writing is in the nature of a prognosis. I will explain myself a little further. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that human evolution is not a haphazard process, but is planned and designed. Let us also assume that a certain state of superconsciousness, or I should say a God consciousness, is the ultimate target towards which human beings are evolving. To establish a divine kingdom on earth and even to conquer other planets in space. Let us again suppose that human beings are unaware of this process of evolution, and they adopt modes of life and social or political orders which are diametrically opposed to the evolutionary drive in their bodies. Let us assume it for a moment. Now, since evolution is the design and the plan of heaven, or let us say of nature, there must be devices and safeguards already ordained or inbuilt in our systems or in our brains, which would bring us back to the right path if through our own ignorance or ego or pride or passion or lust we depart from the path. If you dispassionately go through the inspired literature of mankind, you will find that every prophet has called his teaching as a path, as the path to be followed. In India, it has been called dharma, the duty. In Islam, it is called the path, the way, the straight way. In Buddha also designated it as the road, as the route. Similarly, among the Christians also, it is the Christian path. Now, if there is a path which the revealed scriptures of mankind claim to be the path leading to God, and the same religious teaching gives us certain directions which are said to be inspired or revealed, that can help us to cover this path safely and reach the goal. What would be the result if, ignoring the revelation and ignoring the path of evolution, about which still the modern knowledge is ignorant, we adopt a way of life which is not only opposite to evolution, but also which is the path to degeneration and decay? What would then happen? Then either man would slowly degenerate and forego all the chances of evolution, or destroy himself. If we have real faith in God, if our trust in our own religion, if our faith in an almighty power is really true, can we ever believe it possible that human beings can willfully set aside the laws of God revealed by him through inspiration to the followers of all the faiths? I would like to have a clear answer to this anomaly which is existing at present. We have people who believe in God, who believe in Christ, who believe in Buddha, who believe in Krishna, who believe in Muhammad, and who respect and honor their inspired utterances as contained in the Bible and the Gita and the Quran and the Dhammapada, and feel and realize that what they say is true. Can they think that if we now totally ignore all these teachings and pursue a path of our own, God will be impotent to correct us? Does such an idea correspond with the concept of omnipotency, of an omniscient, omnipotent and omnipresent creator, which is the definition of the Almighty as given in all the religious scriptures of the world, except of course the Buddhists? How does it correspond? Does it not then mean, if I am a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim, and I act in a way which is totally discordant with the inspired utterances, and even totally discordant with all humanitarian or reasonable values, that I am committing a sacrilege, a blasphemy, that I am a heretic, that I am a pagan, that all my love for religion and all my love for God is only skin deep or on my lips, and in my heart of hearts I do not believe it. This is the tragedy that has occurred at this moment. During the last 2 or 3 years, a galaxy of intellects in Europe demolished faith relentlessly and presented a view to the world that the universe was godless, a monstrous creation of matter which acted by accident. There was no design and no purpose. And even in this century, there are scholars, thinkers, and scientists who express this view. The tragedy lies in the fact that they gave the expression to these views without having either complete knowledge of matter and even incomplete knowledge of the human brain or the human life energy. They just went on writing without even realizing the fact that what they were saying was but half the truth, for they knew nothing about consciousness or about the brain. Even now we do not know much about the brain, although during recent years now 3 renowned brain specialists, neurophysiologists like John Eccles, Sherrington and Benfield, they are now saying that the older views have been premature, but there appears to be some element in the brain that we can easily presume to have mind as an independent entity and not as a product of the neurons. But the mischief was done during 2 centuries of materialistic science. The first result of this has been, as if nature wanted to punish it, that a materialistic political philosophy came into existence influenced by the prevalent notions of science. That is, Engels and Karl Marx built up their communist ideology on a materialistic basis of the universe. The result is now the world stands divided into 2 blocks, the believers on the one side and the non-believers on the other, armed with the most deadly weapons that man could ever conceive of. The fundamental difference is about belief in divinity and disbelief. Otherwise, there could be a compromise on many grounds, but this is a thing where there is no compromise. Now, another tragedy is this, that those who believe in God, they also, when it comes to war and to the accumulation of destructive missiles, they then forget that we owe our existence to a supreme power and that he would decide the issue. But they leave him alone. Just they want him to be in the church, not in their political sphere, not in their armies, not in their battlefields, just in this church to satisfy some of their feelings, but not an all-powerful creator who is everywhere present and whose drama is now this universe. So, there has been a radical departure in both ways, in the faith in God, against the scriptural teaching, and also in the kind of life that man has to lead. Now, what would happen if now we have an evolutionary impulse working in the bodies, or taking it only as a hypothesis, and from the view of religion now assuming that what the prophet said has been true, as every follower of each faith has to accept that the path they charted out for us is the real path and the path which we have to follow to reach God. Now, if we neglect the laws of evolution or neglect the doctrinal injunctions that have come down to us through the inspired revelations of prophets, what do you think would happen? Do you think that this almighty power, for whom these billions of suns and millions of planets and unlimited space and time are like playthings, do you think he would let this handful of creatures, intelligent creatures, which we call mankind, and which now numbers 4 billion, but is so small that if they were to pile down one another, they would resemble but one mountain on earth, perhaps a mountain 1 cubic feet, 1 cubic mile in length, breadth and height. They would all be accommodated in that, leaving the earth free again. Do you think that this handful of these creatures can revolt, can rebel, can act in a way against the design and the plan of this power? It is such a crude concept that I do not think that any rational man would fail to accept the logic of it. If there is a God, an almighty creator, omnipresent, omnipotent and omniscient, and if the revelations of the prophets have been true, then what we are doing is entirely against the will of God. It is a deadly sin, a blasphemy, a sacrilege. And we continue to think that we are believers, that we are worshippers of God, and we never give the thought to the sin we are committing. It is like the slaves. For thousands of years, slaves were considered to be the property, the chattels of human beings. No prophet had any voice against them. It was left to the United States to decide the issue in a civil war. And now everybody thinks that, oh, it is a hideous sin to enslave a person, that everyone should have the liberty. The same wrong thinking is present at present. We do not yet understand the degree, the enormity of our wrong thinking and sin when we act in ways that can destroy the whole mankind while at the same time believing that we are true to God. We are definitely, positively unmistakably acting against the directions contained in the revealed commandments and against the word of God, against the directions of the prophets, to suit our own ends, and we somehow, by specious logic, try to justify our position. Now, what would happen in such circumstances? When man has become a rebel on the one side, and when taking from the material side, from the scientific side, our way of life and our political structures are in direct opposition to the evolutionary laws, which have a certain predetermined target for human beings. What can happen? What can happen is this, that then other forces, other elements, other devices of which we have no knowledge can come into operation to save the race.
Pandit, I must ask you to pause at this point. Pandit, you say we have no knowledge of these forces and operations. I presume you mean knowledge from the level of intellect, but the shape of events to come, your prognosis of human events, comes from a higher level of awareness, and therefore we do have knowledge from the transhuman superconscious state. Would you explain that, please?
You see, taking into account the general atmosphere, I mean the mental atmosphere prevailing at present, a revelation, inspiration, intuition, and all things, all paranormal channels of knowledge are not accepted by all as a valid source of information for human beings. There is so much confusion of views and so much display of materialistic tendencies that they do not receive the amount of recognition that they should. For instance, let us take the case of revelation of our scriptural teachings. A great crisis has come about which threatens even the survival of the race. And if we turn now to this scriptural knowledge, we find that the warnings are there, that if we depart from the prescribed path of life, then natural calamities or the anger of God follows. But we never take it seriously. It is for this reason that I said that we have at present no generally accepted knowledge of these paranormal channels of information, and the research on Kundalini by scientific methods is expected to create that awareness on a very rational and scientific footing. As I was saying, that there are devices and forces in the human consciousness which can react on such occasions. We are very well aware that strange group instincts regulate the behavior of ants, bees, and many other forms of herd animals, monkeys, elephants. There are powerful instincts in the individual members of the group, but also collective instincts by which they behave in a certain way and in a certain manner under crisis or under certain eventualities. They have those ingrained in instinctual safeguards built in them. Does it not stand to reason that the collective consciousness of the race or the group consciousness of humanity must also have some sorts of safeguards built in it to see that the race ascends the path of evolution without ever annihilating herself or without ever going the path of degeneration with no return. There are such, and they have come into operation at different times in the history of mankind. The difficulty is that the laboratory is so vast and the time through which man has to live and to act is so colossal, and the position is so complex because all the 4 billion of people think in their own way that it is not possible for the intellect to gather this information. It is only intuition that without the aid of reason or the intellect can place its finger at the right information. And it is this that in a crisis like this, certain warning signs, certain strange states of mind occur among the individuals. And we see there is enough evidence for it. There are millions of people who have a terror of the coming war. There are millions of people who are after a new age. There are millions of people who are after enlightenment. There are millions of people who have again turned religious. Even in the communist countries, there is also an urge for knowledge of paranormal forces. So you see, already in the human mind, there is a ferment, as if something unusual is to happen, or as if we are in a situation which needs some kind of an outlet to ease it. You can trace all the present day deep search for spiritual knowledge also to this ferment caused by the collective consciousness of the day. There is a subconscious fear everywhere of impending calamities, and as you know, many clairvoyants and psychics, they are also foretelling that something will happen, something will happen, something will happen, to warn mankind that the situation calls for care and attention. It does not happen that a voice would speak from the skies, or that there would be a warning written across the firmament, but it happens by reaction on the human minds, and we have enough evidence to show that the minds of people are disturbed. They are not happy with the present situation. They instinctively feel that something might happen, something is about to happen. Now, what I envisage and what has been revealed to me is not what the intellect would presume. For instance, considering the nuclear weapons and the present political situation of the world, we would suppose that a war would annihilate all mankind, or at least destroy a large part of the populations. What is revealed to me is that natural events will coincide in such a way with our preparations for war or our actual conflicts as to minimize the destruction. It may be, considering the whole bulk of humanity, only a superficial injury. It will not be a fatal injury. It will not be even a grave wound. But it will be enough to turn men from their present course. How this would occur, what things would take place, what events would befall, I cannot say. I can only say this much, that even in the next 2 decades, in the next 20 years, there will occur natural events and also events on the human plane which would divert the attention of mankind towards a new way of life, and by the beginning of the next century the world will be no longer divided, but there will be one world confederacy ruling over mankind. This is absolutely necessary because of the demands of evolution. At the present moment, the way of life is distorting the human mind. You see, the more we evolve, the more sensitive becomes the human system. It has been a fallacious thing to suppose that yoga or search for God hardens the system. It doesn't make it more brutal, more crude, more hard. It makes it more sensitive, more loving, more perceptive. It may be able to endure cold and heat and privations and other things, but on the whole, the change is towards a more delicate and a more perceptive instrument. And as we see, compare human beings to animals. Animals eat one kind of food, live among the worst possible environments, have no idea of sanitation or anything, and still go on living. But human beings need a certain very different environments to live and thrive. And you see, the more the civilization, the better the environment, I mean hygienically and physically. Effort is made to create a very easy, convenient and hygienic environment for the human beings to live. Now the superman would need even a better ordered environment. An enlightened person needs more care in his environment and in his needs and in his demands of his body and the attention to it. So what I mean to say is this, that these devices in the human collective consciousness, when face to face with a crisis of this nature, would create among the more sensitive minds certain symptoms and signs, fears, anxieties, urges and appetites, which would be of a nature that would like the present environment to be changed. In fact, the present revolt of youth in many countries of the world springs also from this urge. It is not only the generation gap. It is not only that this generation has now to change totally from the older generation. We did not see such a drastic change in the older generations. There was a change, but much less than has occurred now. And why? Because mankind has taken a great leap forward in evolution on account of the amenities provided by science. And with this great leap forward, a different environment and a different social order is absolutely necessary. If now this environment and this social order is not provided, then this leap, which cannot be retraced, you do not have an evolved human being then going back again to the animal level. He will degenerate and end. But the station once achieved by evolution is not then discarded. Then he will degenerate and end. He is discarded, rejected by the evolutionary forces. Now this nation, this group, this man has ceased to follow the rules of evolution, so he is rejected. This happened in the whole history of evolution. The species that could not survive were rejected, thrown out, and they died. They ended. Similarly, the case with men. If at a certain level of evolution they are not able to proceed forward, then the reaction is that they are degenerated and then they end themselves. They no longer evolve. They are then as a backward species now, as backward human beings. And this has happened throughout. Nations, one nation went forward, then failed to maintain the pace. Another nation came forward, threw it back, and subjugated it, and for some time exploited it. We have the same phenomena going on even at this time. If now mankind does not become aware of the needs of the evolutionary progress that she is maintaining at present, on the one hand, and on the other hand rejects the spiritual, the scriptural directions, then this collective consciousness of the race will come into operation. And already men who have to take a decisive role in the forthcoming disastrous war have been born, with the mental equipment that will allow them to gain the place of precedence, the place of power that will result in the ferment about which I am speaking. But at the same time, natural powers will also come into operation, not to allow the damage to exceed a certain limit, because it is a planned creation, it is a designed creation. Only the actors, the places of action, and the time through which the drama is played, they are all so colossal and stupendous that we cannot see the links. We cannot understand the purpose, because we are living behind a curtain. For instance, at the present moment, those men who have to play a decisive role in the coming slaughter or in the coming wars are already among us. At a young age, they are already equipped, as in the French Revolution or in the Russian Revolution or in the German Revolution, recent revolution. Everything that happened has purpose behind it. But it is such a vast purpose, and the whole cosmos is involved in it, that we cannot try to rationally make it rational, to look at it from an intellectual point of view. We have to accept it as something which is beyond our intellectual probe. But from an intuitional point of view, it is obvious that there will occur events, catastrophes, geophysical events, and wars that will, within the course of these 20 years, turn mankind in another direction from the direction she is pursuing at present.
Are you saying that these events are only probable or inevitable?
You see, they are all inevitable. You see, Providence, when so far as the present position is concerned, they are inevitable. But if the position changes, which is unlikely, therefore I say that they are inevitable. If mankind changes the position, realizes the importance of the revelation, or even their own intellectual assessment of the position, that we are destroying the race, they may be saved. But since they would not do it, you see, already there are many people who are writing that the existence of the nuclear stocks, the pollution, and other things may result in earthquakes, may cause natural calamities. They are intuitively feeling this sort of a thing. There are several books now, even written by scientists, that natural calamities in the atmosphere or earthquakes are possible with the pollution and with the stock of the nuclear weapons that exists on Earth at present. This is their speculation. What I mean to say is that these unnatural and unhealthy actions of human beings can have no other end except that nature takes recourse to drastic methods to change the direction of human life. Then it becomes inevitable. And since people will not change themselves overnight, one doesn't do it. Nature is always warning us, but we always neglect the warnings until we are ill. And then we have the fever and everything, and then come back again to our normal. The same thing will happen with mankind. It will have the fever because it is infected. There is poison in her veins, and that poison is of thought, that there is no supreme power over the universe, that man can do what he likes, that man can achieve to power and achieve to wealth, which are not the evolutionary targets. They are means to an end. But if we give up, surrender the end for the means, then naturally nature will also use some methods to put us right. So what I foresee is that there will occur calamities.
Including nuclear war?
There will be a nuclear war also. But its effect will be greatly restricted. Certain strange developments will occur, so that although it will all appear to be natural, occurring by accident, the future events that I mean will seem to be occurring by accident or for geographical or astrophysical causes, but they will be deliberately created actions of superconsciousness. To us they will appear as if they are natural, they are accidental, and explanations may be rendered for them, but they will be the outcome of our present disregard of evolutionary laws.
Pandit, would you describe the process by which revelation is given to you?
For me, it is a very amazing occurrence. Always when I am in a mood in which these visions and these writings come, it is always a condition so overpowering that I can only express it with tears. As I have said, I feel as if this my person, my awareness, is not confined to my own body or to my head. That is, as if I am body conscious as an individual, but it is spread in space. I always feel as if there are two personalities existing side by side. One, a titan, spread everywhere I, and the other also a consciousness, an awareness, a part of it, a drop in it, but also one with it. I have read that in the case of inspiration, according to many poets and writers, including Nietzsche, the ideas and the lines or the passages or the plots of whole stories or even the whole stories came to them suddenly, as if they fell into their lap, as Nietzsche has put it, and then they put those passages, those lines or those ideas on paper. In my case, it is different. it seems that this titan, this other intelligence of which I am talking, this universal consciousness is handing over these thoughts, these ideas, these passages and these verses to me. It is such a breathtaking experience that I feel often humble to dust. I am nothing. In this encounter, I am nothing. Just a shadow receiving directions and instructions from an intelligence which is spread everywhere. I feel that it is the limitation of my brain that I cannot get more from it. Otherwise, what I believe is that every centimeter, every point in this presence knows all there is to be known about the universe. It is a concentrated ocean of knowledge of which every drop is an ocean in itself. It is overwhelming and staggering. And when I start writing, suddenly a paragraph flashes before my vision. It is handed over to me. I can feel it. In the Vedas, this is called Shruti, heard. I both hear and see it. It is something which is just coming into my field of consciousness from the other field, of which I am always conscious. It is lent to it. It is handed over to it. And then after some time I start writing. What takes me half an hour to jot down is transmitted maybe in 5 seconds sometime. It just comes and enters my field of knowledge, my field of awareness. I can compare it to the fall of snow. When you look at the snowflakes, they appear points at the sky level, then slowly they grow larger and larger and larger till you have the snowflakes on your hand are just falling in front of you. It is like this, as if subtle seeds of these ideas come out of this awareness, and then they are transformed by my brain into our language and into our thought. I hope you follow me there. From the unseen, from this ocean of consciousness, a seed-like thing comes, just a hint, which then grows into a passage. And I try to retain this passage in my memory. It is followed by another seed and another passage, followed by another seed and another passage. And then when it is over, I try to write it down, and it takes me a long time. And in the meanwhile, some of the passages even escape my memory, and I have to recall them later when I am correcting what I have written once. This happened from the date I received those poetic lines when I was crossing a bridge, the first manifestation of this power in me. And since then I have always found that at such times, as if another intelligence is working and I am receiving directions, instructions and ideas, and also the linguistic expressions from it, even the words. But I am alert all the time. When I put it down, I am using my own reason also whether what I have put down is correct. Does it conform to my own ideas? And where I feel that perhaps this does not concord with my own ideas, I try to change it. So that I am also using my own mind and my intellect. But what I assert is that it seems that another intelligence is handing over or giving me the hints, the passages in a mysterious way which I can clearly perceive as if I am getting it from some other source. And that source is present before me, not from a source which I do not see. I perceive it as an intelligence, as a consciousness spread around me and above and below me. This has given me the idea that what they called as revelation has this difference from inspiration, that in the case of revelation, the prophets were also able to understand the source, to perceive the source, say either in the form of a god or an angel, or a consciousness spread everywhere. I can very easily imagine that there can be a vision of an angel or a god for a mind which believes in a god or an angel. Then this intelligence can take the form of a god, of an angel, of a prophet, and give the message. That then is revelation. While in the case of the poet or the philosopher or the novelist, the inspiration that comes, one feels something pouring into his mind, but is not conscious of another intelligence handing it over to him. In the case of the enlightened, there is a clear perception of an all-pervading intelligence which hands over these ideas and these passages to him. This also now leads to another inference, that even in our normal consciousness, what we receive, what we think, the ideas, the thoughts, they come from a universal soul. Only our mind is, our brain is so conditioned that we think that it is our own, while it is coming from some other universal soul, which is the fountainhead of all thought, all feeling, all emotion. Sometimes, especially when these verses about the shape of events to come occur, I also see the visions. The vision and the verse, the passage, they come almost together. The vision is seen in this universal consciousness. I see it presenting a scene which pertains to a future date, or even sometimes of a bygone time. I see it reflected in that pool, in that mirror of consciousness. It passes through my mind and vanishes. But the line, the passage which accompanies it, I retain in my memory. I retain the memory of the vision also, but this I retain in language, and that language I then transcribe on paper. Then I see through it again, and then again some of the last sentences, some passages, some words I misplace, I lose memory of them, and then they come back, and I twice or thrice I correct my own writing till I put it in the final sheet. I still am not sure if I was able to take all that came to me, because the seed and these passages and these lines come so rapidly and are handed over in such a manner that one is bewildered, and sometimes it becomes even difficult to see or grasp or retain in memory all that has been said. I miss pages, lines, passages. When I am writing, I totally forget them. And there is another thing. If, for instance, I receive a passage or a line or a poem or something, and then I fail to record it, I lose its memory after a day or two. I must record it down, because then other lines come, and the former ones, they are almost obliterated, and it becomes difficult for me to record them. Because in that state, when I am in touch with this intelligence, the brain is so delicate, and there is such a fine communication between this consciousness and that consciousness, that the normal procedures, the normal mechanisms of our memory and of our writing and everything, they remain in abeyance for some time. It is a communication between spirit and spirit, and the normal mechanisms are suspended for some time. Therefore, if I do not put down or record what is revealed to me at a particular moment, then sometimes escapes the memory. And in these visions and in these writings, I have seen a consistency for the last 25 years, which leads me to the conclusion that a mighty intelligence is trying to apprise me of what is actually to happen. I can absolutely not doubt it, for the reason that I do have other prophetic visions also. I mean, concerned with my own life or with those of my friend, and they come true. For instance, sometimes, even in dreams, I see things which are confirmed that very day or the second day, or say after a week. I sometimes note down this a peculiar dream and I find that it is confirmed. Therefore, I already think that my consciousness has, after this awakening, attained the power of looking into the past or future, but not at my own will. From this I conclude that those who believe that they are prophets or can prophesy or can gain occult powers are either deluding themselves or playing with fire. A great intelligence takes possession of our mind, and we are under its control. Not that it is under our control, that can never be. Our ego has always to remain as human ego, while this is a transhuman state of consciousness. This gives me the impression that what is revealed to me and what I have put down in the riddle of consciousness and the shape of events to come and in other books will surely take place, because I see it coming from an intelligence which is to me all-pervading and which to me appears to be superhuman, in the right sense what we know as omniscient and omnipresent, which knows the past, the present and the future. And from this also I conclude that this higher dimension of consciousness in man is designed to guide humanity to regions and to achievements in future and to the control of energies and forces which are totally beyond our reach or even beyond our thought at present.
Pandit, I would like to attempt a brief summary of the substance of your thought, your experience, and your research. You were proposing, for the scientific community especially, that research be undertaken into a new form of energy, which you describe by various terms, but we can call it prana in the yogic tradition. You call it super intelligent energy, which, operating at the human level, takes the form of a mighty biological law pervading all human activity, and which is responsible for the development of the human race from the animal level to our present state, and implicitly to a state beyond that, a transhuman state. This super intelligent energy operates both individually and collectively, so that it is responsible in individuals. When fully developed, it is responsible for genius, creativity, and the summum bonum of human life, enlightenment. Likewise, in its malign or distorted forms, It is responsible for mental illness and aberrations that we see taking place about us now on a social level, where there is a vast ferment and unrest among the masses of humanity. This is because the energy is working in the human race, urging us on to a higher state of evolution, but our social conditions throughout all our institutions, from religion and education through politics, medicine, and whatever else we may talk about, these institutions have gotten out of touch with the natural process that is working through us. We have gone astray from the path that nature intended, and because of this, you see calamitous events impending, which it is your purpose to reveal to the world in order to awaken humanity to what is more and more probably coming. These events include nuclear disasters and natural calamities, which will create widespread destruction and havoc around the globe. However, the result of that will not be the total extinction of the human race, but rather the cleansing and purification of those poisoned elements in the human race which have tended to distort or even abort the evolutionary impulse working through the race. And so you wish to call attention to the world, and especially to the scientific community, to direct its attention and research efforts into elucidating this comprehensive and fundamental impulse, force, and at the same time mechanism by which the human race evolves.
You have summed up the position very correctly. What my own experience tells me is that there is a law of life, like the law of gravity, ruling all the actions, all the progress and the life of mankind. And that the key to this law is Kundalini, which is a mechanism in the human body for arousing the serpent power or the evolutionary energy to accelerate the human evolution to the highest state of consciousness. And disregard of this law is at the root of all the evils that we are experiencing at present.
I wish to thank you sincerely for giving of your time to us today, and we will carry your message to such groups and peoples and organizations as are willing to listen. Thank you very much for being with us.